There's no way to change video settings in Discord.
I haven't really tampered with it.
Sin, are you going for like an artistic effect here? Is that what that is? Do you have all the lights off?
I have all the lights on.
How are you?
Oh my god, your teeth are so creepy.
Right? Every time he smiles, it's like, ugh.
So this camera is off. How are you guys seeing them? Oh, now it fixed. That was weird.
I mean, we're not seeing them.
I hate that so much.
This camera's on, but we're not seeing them.
Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in?
Do you have OBS in?
I do.
So if you open up OBS, add your camera to OBS, but turn it off, like the little eyeball. You should then be able to right click on it, do properties, and then you can change your video settings where you can change your exposure and all that shit. That's how I have to do mine, like, because you can't do it in Discord for some reason. Gotta do it the sneaky way. Oh god, I'm sounding like fucking Ben Stiller. I watched Dodgeball the other night. That did not hold up over the years. It wasn't that great when it came out. And it did not hold up over the years.
Got him! Got him!
I feel like most of Ben Stiller's comedy probably doesn't.
I mean,
Product era.
I wasn't watching when you said that, but I assume you did air quotes when you said comedy for Ben Stiller.
I was about to say Ben Stiller does comedy.
Hey, he had some classics back then.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Meet the Parents, come on.
I haven't seen that one, but I know you're shocked.
I am so shocked. Next, you're gonna tell me Sin hasn't seen it.
He's busy.
Ooh, look at this. I get to add this dynamic, or this dramatic lighting to one side here.
I ate dinner. Why am I getting hungry right now? What is this madness?
You're in Felix mode. You got to get those extra calories in.
That's
I
right.
wish I was in Felix mode.
The fuck are you watching, John?
What am I watching?
Yeah, it was the fucking that one toothless dude laughing.
Oh, you can hear the audio?
Yeah, I could hear that shit clear as day.
That's interesting. I don't know why it's broadcasting through. This is Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't hear it, so
Cliff just be using his spyware.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta know when I gotta remember when it's the spyware and when it's actually happening. Get myself in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just John. So Sin, also, if you have OBS open right now and you have your camera in there, right click on it, go properties, and make sure you do the thing that says disable when not showing. Turn the visibility off, then turn your camera off in Discord and turn it back on, and then it should pop back on and you won't have the little rotating boxes.
So apparently that wasn't John's phone you were hearing. That was Heathcliff playing an emote.
Oh, okay. That would make sense then.
Well, we're not showing, then what?
Then back in Discord, turn your video off. Make sure in OBS you have that source hidden so it's not showing, and then you should be able to turn your video back on, and then it should pop back on. There you go. Hey, look at that.
We can
Now you
see
don't.
him.
Now you don't look like a living shadow creature with teeth.
The teeth were the worst.
Kind of liked it.
All you got to do is just remember the settings that it was on. In
Default.
Right.
there is no default. That shit just does what it wants to do. I have to reset my camera every time before I'm streaming because it just does what it wants to do.
It's like there's like a fog around
Yeah, I see that.
the border.
I don't know what that is.
A nice little
Kinda-
halo effect.
Yeah, it kind of looks cool.
Is your camera inside of a ring light?
Mhm.
That's why.
Oh yeah, you got the halo from the ring light then.
Too dark.
Heathcliff over here using his special privileges and tricking me.
I can actually have stream up while we're playing.
What?
Oh shit.
He's so excited. Yeah.
2 minutes in the stream, Sim's gonna be like, "Neep, and then he's just gonna disappear.
It's just gonna be a computer issue then, and I can't do anything about it.
Hey, I like that little stick figure clapping animation. That was a good one. I haven't seen that one yet.
Megan, check this out. I got a mini fridge.
That's the lunchbox.
This thing is tiny.
What? How many? Does that just put like one can in it? Like how many will it fit?
Hold on.
Four cans?
That won't even fit a monster. You're gonna have to take the center divider out to fit a fucking monster, bro.
So
Oh, no, he's got it. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I told him when he showed me that. That's not a mini fridge. That's a micro fridge.
yeah.
I got it for like my medicines and stuff that I need to get refrigerated. I could put that like on a little top rack and keep like a soda or two on the bottom. Like I was carrying it through the store, like I think this might be too small.
Carrying it
Like-
with one hand. I think this
Yeah,
fridge
this
might be a little
is-
small.
we pulled up to the apartment and I was like, you know what? Here, Crow, carry this. I can carry the rest.
It's like, look, I carried a whole fridge in today, so leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. It's game over now. I'm gone.
Got him! Got him!
That's great. I thought that John was playing that shit because like his frame in Discord like lit up right when you did that. So I thought it was something he was watching, and then when you did the laughing the old dude laughing meme, his frame lit up again. So I thought it was him. But I guess you did Gotti me.
Fucking hearsay.
Hearsay. Oh
John?
man.
This is just gonna be my LARP outfit.
Just,
I'm gonna have
just
this
like-
scarf going over, and Jay's gonna give me something else to go on top of it. But this is it.
Yeah, you don't want to wear much if you're gonna be wearing all black and it's gonna be fucking like 90 degrees.
My other shirt was a long sleeve.
Shin's
No.
only gonna come out at night.
I told John if it's hot enough, that's the plan.
Can you do any like clandestine like shit at night?
Not necessarily.
No.
I mean, time of day really doesn't factor, but it does make you harder to see when people have shit eyesight in darkness.
Right? All these nerds not wearing their glasses so they can have their costumes on.
Right.
Tiptoeing through the woods. Surprise, motherfucker. Oh man. Yo, we didn't have a single game in the month of May. That's fucking crazy.
I'll call you up for that.
I don't like it. I'm like looking at all my shit. It's like, what That was the last
Very.
time we played? What?
You still play this?
It's like last action was like 428. I'm like, no, that can't be correct.
Open up
That makes
Fantasy
me
Grounds,
sad.
and a bunch of dust and cobwebs came shooting off my screen.
John was all in chat mad early and ain't even in Fantasy Grounds.
Who that?
Probably ain't even got Sirenscape open.
But
Forgot
really
about
didn't
that.
happen
Any
last
sounds.
session.
Cliff, you got recap, right?
Shit. I don't do that.
Listen, I'm not allowed to wear headphones at work, so I can't even listen the day of anymore.
That's
What do you mean? You listen to it
not
on
an
like
excuse.
8x. You could do that shit in between getting off work and signing in.
You're right, but I feel like it's more important to get into character than it is to listen to the stream.
So what I need you to do is just start bench pressing while listening to the stream.
Mhm.
Fucking where?
Well, bench press Jeff. He's a tiny guy.
He weighs more than me.
That she'll be buff as shit then. So hey, little tidbit on the loading screen here. I need to fancy this up again, but Streamloots now has a multi-goal system that I can do. So I can actually put multiple tiers, and at each tier do something. So this is the first month we get to use a multi-goal. So at the first 25, we'll do a giveaway for Streamloots decks, and then each 25 thereafter until we hit 100. And at 100, we'll do a shirt giveaway. And with that being said, hey, everything is frozen. Hey, everything's unfrozen. Now it's frozen again. Why? Why? There we go. Okay.
It's going great.
And with that being said, at the end of tonight's episode, we will do the giveaway from April's goals, because we hit April's goals. So we'll do a shirt giveaway. And there's new designs up now. So a lot of good stuff there. That shirt that John has on right there. You can get that shirt if you want it.
It's starting to fade already, though. I don't like it.
Really? How many times you wash that motherfucker?
Twice?
Really? Don't tell me that.
Get in the wash.
Oh, just towel shoulder part.
You
Rest of
watched
it
Made
seems
Inside
fine.
Out?
I don't know.
That
I'll
was on
ask
the
the
care
person who
instructions.
washes.
You won't read those?
Right, I'm doing this
If you
shit
want your
myself.
clothes to last, you do.
Hey, I tell you what, I got a shirt from them, my ItsCliffGaming shirt from them, that I've had for like over 2 years now, and it still looks crisp. So I don't know, man.
Okay, ass washer.
Right? John's washer is too aggressive.
Washer's literally older than 2 of our members. Not gonna say which 2.
Hey, so it'll forever be a mystery. Okay, so on that note, hey, did this not do what I wanted it to? The problem with building, you build all this shit, and then you don't work on it for like a month, and then it never, you never know if it's gonna work or not. No, why? It looks cool as hell, though.
Thank you.
I just need some... Heathcliff, I need you to play a Stream Lose card for this update. Alright, so with that, who's doing recap? I think Sin should, since how he's got that nice new connection he wants to show off.
How did last session start? I always need that part.
Start? Fuck,
Yeah.
that was so long ago.
Is that when we were cutting up Felix?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was waking up to eggs. That's where it started.
So this is going to be the jankiest and least precise recap. So, cutting up Felix, popping eggs out like pimples. They're squirting on the floor. People are stepping on them, burning their feet, scooping up samples, running around trying to get someone that actually knows what the hell is going on. They come, stop, you're killing Felix. I mean, is that a bad thing though? So we stop, catch Felix up kinda when he comes conscious. We cut all of these out of Felix. He's gonna die. We let him hatch. He's gonna get eaten from the inside out. Fuck it. Might as well just kill him. So we leave that. We go. X is kind of sitting off by himself. Tao goes and helps in the infirmary some more, I think. I think Felix gets taken to the infirmary.
He walks himself there.
Yeah. While X is sitting by himself, Sophie comes up, says how she's gonna be helping here at the settlement instead of going out on adventures because people are warming up to her. Ava thinks it's a good idea. She doesn't want to tell the rest of the group, so X has to do it. Tao goes over there, talks to Felix, tries to check up on him. Felix is pretty grumpy for some reason. Not really talking to Tao or even looking at him. Tao comes and talks to X about it. And X explains that he might be a little jealous because of what happened between Tao and Sophie. Tao wants X to go and help him apologize. So we go find Felix moping around downstairs. We apologize. X is helping explain like how this is normal for him. You said that you were over her. Can't really be upset. Felix kind of understands, explains why he's upset, explains his train of thought about how Earth customs and stuff are. Everyone is in agreement of how things are going to go on from now on. Then, after that, something happened.
Sure did.
We decided to raid Rush Cause. Yay. End of session.
Sounds good to me.
I
People
don't
keep trying to
think
let-
that's how it was.
I don't know what happened after that.
All I know is people keep trying to get Felix to make decisions, and they really shouldn't allow that. Oh yeah, Felix had a training session with
Oh yeah.
Ken and Daigor. He kind of unthinkingly set off his essence. So hey, if he kills the eggs, they're dead.
And then, you guys heard gunshots?
Ah yes, the children. Yeah. Fucking Galarian's up there teaching the children how to fire guns. I guess that's a thing.
Shit, and then... Oh yeah, and then you guys made the plan as far as what to do.
Is what we're doing for transportation. I think that's all we decided on at this point.
And then we traveled to...
We didn't travel.
What?
We didn't travel anywhere.
We did, though, because the session ended with us being... I like that shirt. Anyways. The session ended with us being in the building across from Rushcroft's.
Yeah, that it did.
Oh shit, so we're already across without even any resistance?
You guys are at like one of the adjacent buildings, so far enough away that you're not noticed, but close enough that you can make a plan, essentially. Yeah, so, I was trying to fix this fucking thing on the side here, and I couldn't get it to fix beforehand, so you just get to deal with it looking like that. Keep playing cards, it'll go away and look better. So, you, up until this point, we'll say, you guys have shared your experiences of what have happened. A seer has looked into X's mind and essentially was able to play out everything that happened in that area, so they kind of have an idea of the structure of the building and different points of being able to attack potential weak points and whatnot. You all know that there is some sort of anti-essence barrier protecting the area. And there are potential like prisoners up there. And then there are potential resources which would be very helpful for the settlement to have. Once you get there, you guys set up your little makeshift base inside of this building to plan your attack. So how we're going to do this is we're going to do kind of a quick and dirty session where you guys can plan out what your attack is going to be on this building. We are going to handle the initial phase of that by using some dramatic tasks. And that's how we'll get started today. So you're there. Everybody is set up. You guys brought, what was it, 3 vehicles, I think, in total? Was it the boat and the 2 hovercrafts?
No,
I
we
believe
brought the
so.
cruise ship. We brought the
Yeah, I thought we
yacht.
were bringing the yacht.
Yeah,
Oh, you
yacht
guys
got
brought the whole yacht. Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys brought the yacht. Okay. Let me make some notes here.
Stealthily.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, how did we get up this close without being noticed?
I don't
So
know, not questioning it.
you're well, so again, you're far enough away that it's possible, depending on how you approached. So you're close enough to be able to make the attack, but still far enough away that because the buildings are hundreds of feet apart from one another. So if you came in from the right angle, you could, potentially do that without being noticed at all. So now that you guys are set up in your little makeshift kind of assault point, what's some ideas that you have on how you plan on actually doing this? So I know that the talks was they were essentially saying that Felix is going to be critical in getting in there to shut down the anti-essence somehow.
Felix still doesn't know why he's important for this.
Because Felix big, strong, and muscular. And he doesn't need anything like magic or guns. Because he's got these guns.
Mm-hmm.
So... Yeah, so... What's some ideas that you guys have? Again, it's all spitball session, no wrong answers. Well, there's a lot of wrong answers, no right answers, though.
Yeah.
Tal would right away consult with X on the best ways or tactics to sneak around in there, since, you know, not being seen is his expertise, and whether or not he thinks he could contribute without the use of essence.
Depending on how big of a group we try to get in there, hop from building to building, unless the alleyways, or what used to be the alleyways, are too wide. Going from inside, moving from the inside, instead of like on top or going around.
Is this something that you think you could go along with, or do you have to wait behind with the rest of us?
It's something I can do alone, but once I get there, being alone isn't gonna benefit us at all. If we're gonna have to push to his penthouse.
We have to ideally get a hold of somebody who could tell us where this thing or person is that's causing the barrier, and then go from there.
So it sounds like it'll be better to send a squad with Felix. Felix being the main brunt of the assault, to grab someone, and having his squad be a few aberrants that can mind control.
Might also be wise to have a technomancer in case it's some form of technology that's causing this.
We just need a way to destroy it for sure.
Or once we get all of us in there, if I can get to it, I can turn it into an advantage on our end. On my end, I guess. I could just sap the energy from it and add it to my pool.
If it's still on, in order for you to, and that's assuming it's a device, you would have to activate your essence in order to use an ability like that, which...
Right. We've done that before when we got in there. We weren't able to teleport into his penthouse, but once we were in there, you were able to blast a group of them.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that he's taken other precautions since then.
So then technomancers might not be able to do anything.
We need it destroyed. I don't want to try to do anything with it but make it not exist. Because if it
So I
doesn't
don't have
exist, they can't replicate it.
That sounds like a Felix job.
so I don't have a large amount of knowledge on the essence. Is there any form of protections that they could have on this potentially, kind of like how Davies had it, that nobody could touch his notebook but him? And it's not like I didn't get blasted backwards from touching the thing.
That would be the only one, unless it has something like Tao puts on us, where he protects us against incoming attacks and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Like even Davy's notebook, I could pull the energy from that and just make it void.
Everything has a continuous cause for any continuous effect. That's why I am wondering if... My assumption is that this isn't something that's continually running. This is something they have to turn on when they need it. So when we were spotted, they turned it on for protection. That is my theory, because again, trying to have something like that going continuously, not likely, not here.
Would be a large drain of power, yeah.
Or they had one of those energy cubes that I had.
Yeah, but that's still finite.
Yeah.
So, I think we still need to go in with a crew that can operate without complete dependency on the essence. Once the field is down, a signal has to be sent out to the rest of us so that we can charge.
I mean, easiest signal would be a mind link. Doesn't necessarily have to be you who casts it, but somebody's got to be linked up.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of personal information, no first-hand experience. I haven't seen these things up close to know limitations. For all I know, once you're inside, it may prevent communication of mind link. I don't know.
There may be people that can track the use of essence too. The
Oh,
same
certainly.
way that one con artist did with you and Felix.
We certainly have those among our numbers that have practiced such things, yes.
So if anyone uses the essence in the building or around the building, it may be giving us off already.
It's, again, that's something you actively do. You don't passively sense these things. So, again, as long as our stealth team isn't spotted, then we still have a lot of advantages on our side in that manner.
I definitely think at least a few aberrant need to be coming in the initial group, just so we have the potential of, I don't know, easier communication, if that could happen, or potential fixes if it is a piece of technology, or just people who know more about the essence who can help turn the thing off, because I can smash it all I want, but if that's not gonna stop it, then that stops the whole mission in its tracks.
Smashing a device will stop the device. If I like points to a sword, if this thing breaks, it's useless.
And what if there's more than one of these objects.
Well,
I'm assuming they're
we're-
not just gonna be out and about.
Yeah, they're not going to be anywhere easily accessible. They're going to be up with him, guarded, either
Mhm.
with him or right underneath him.
And also, I want to have a second team that will be ready to take out the foundation of this building should things start going critically wrong for us. As if, one way or another, I want this man and all of his resources taken down.
I don't think I can help with that part.
Now we have people that can manipulate materials similar to how you do it. Doesn't have to be a big explosion. They can just
Yeah, if I eat away at the structure, that's going to take all of my energy in a long amount of time.
you know, you have more important matters to deal with.
Hopefully it won't come to that, but it is a good backup. Having all the resources in there would be, of course, optimal.
Okay, so in your team, Mr. Felix, I would suggest having people that can make you all invisible. Again, we don't know how far you'll be able to get, but at least you'll be a lot closer before something goes wrong. People that can do illusions and mind control.
For the record, I'm not planning on expending any of my essence until we get past the barrier.
It's fine.
That's the idea.
Among the other humans, are there any Kirsch that are skilled at all?
Yes. You have a pretty good mixture of aberrant, currish, and chaste there. So depending on what you're looking for, you probably have someone that is adequate in it.
Any chase that are at least somewhat combat trained, military trained, anything like that?
Yeah, you have some street soldiers, no one that's like professionally combat trained or anything, but
Do we have that kid?
martial guy.
the kid is
Do we-
protecting the settlement.
Okay. We don't gotta worry about the settlement.
Yeah.
He's fucking got it. But the guy with the two guns from the top of the other casino, I know he was at least trained as well.
Stealth.
Yeah. So I would assume that he is there as well.
He's so cute. He was either big talk or knew what he was doing.
Hey, there's a very thin line between that, you know?
You know, that's all in the dice, really.
True. All right.
All right.
So this dramatic task, we're going to break into 5 different tasks. Each one is going to be represented by 1 round on the combat tracker. The goal for this is going to be collecting 8 task tokens in the 5 rounds. So what that means is you want to make sure that you're averaging at least, 1.5 successes per round. And we're going to actually follow the correct traumatic task rules, which
Sounds
are
dumb, but okay.
which are we will be dealing out cards. If you get a club, that is a complication, which means that you're going to suffer a -2 to whatever you're doing.
Good.
On your turn, you do not have to go if you don't want to. You can skip, but by skipping, you do forfeit the chance to earn anything for that round for yourself. And you can also choose to assist someone else, but all assists are rolled with the complication, which means that they roll with a -2. And if you happen to have a club when you're assisting, you would roll that assist with a -4 to make it extra dramatic.
So dramatic.
But those are the actual rules for it, so. No, assists are not _4. They are -4.
I pressed the wrong shit.
So with that being said, the first leg of this is going to be getting from where you guys what the fuck is that, Heathcliff?
Why does he have so many twerking ones?
People must like that. Yeah, the first leg of this is going to be getting from your guys' current base camp to their building. So you guys only took the yacht, you said, which means that using the yacht to get there probably isn't going to be a very viable option. Although, who am I to tell you no? So you could choose to say you're just rolling on up in the yacht if you want to. And also, one final note before we get started with this is there is a global modifier in effect, which is Foggy Day, which means that all notice rolls are automatically going to be made at a -1 for every entity in the world. So whether you guys do it or whether an NPC rolls it, it'll be an automatic -1. You don't have to do anything. It'll do it for you. Okay.
These are some bullshit adventure cards. Just saying.
I got the only one I care about.
Well, good for you.
So with that being said, let's do this. Let's do this.
I apparently am shaken.
You're not. And you shouldn't have a wound anymore either, right?
I don't think so, because I didn't go to... Yeah, I don't have any wounds on my character sheet at all.
Okay, yeah, so you're good, and then X still has a wound. And he can try to remove that in another day. Or another week, rather. Another 8 to 12 months real life.
This poor motherfucker.
I gave you a card that it's more useful.
Because all of mine are like, talk your way out of it once, and I'm like, no!
Here you go.
I'd rather burn myself alive than play Noble Sacrifice.
I mean, that would be a noble sacrifice.
That's-
So
Yeah, it's kind of
That's-
the idea.
yeah.
Are we not expecting that to happen this session?
Right.
All right. So with that being said, Willow. Oh, so we got Willow that's actually be rolling too, right? And then you guys are gonna have what we'll say for the purposes of
I thought
Willow
X had
stayed
told
back.
her to stay back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
stay back.
At the settlement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then let me do this real quick. So with that being said, you all will get one. You'll get one NPC that can roll with you. All their skills are going to be at a D6. So whatever you have them do, they are at a D6 when they roll it. So again, you're going to need 8 tokens and 5 rounds. That seems a little easy, doesn't it, for 4 people rolling? So we'll say 10.
So the thing is, what do you mean by a token?
So in dramatic tasks, essentially you have successes and failures. So for this to go off without a hitch, for you guys, basically this plan that you laid out to go through exactly as you designed it, you need 10 successes by the end of the 5th round. If you're playing this in real life, you would get a token to represent that. We're doing it digital, so like I'm just gonna mark it down on the sheet that I have here. But if you get, say, 9 instead of 10, that doesn't mean you failed. It just means it's a degree of success. You didn't get it off as well as you wanted to. But yeah. So we will start it off with X. And I guess it doesn't matter what order we go in, so you guys can bounce it off one another however you want to do this. But what are you doing to contribute with actually getting from your base camp to this building? Anybody can jump in with this, or in any order.
Alright, this one's gonna be only what I can do right now, so he's gonna try to persuade the correct group to come with us.
Okay, so like talking them up
Yeah,
to it,
like-
and
Just the ones that we hand selected, like, we need you. You are the ones that can help us get in there unseen to get this off without a hitch.
okay. Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll with a +1, please. Heathcliff played Blessing for everybody, so you're all going to get +1s on this.
That's a 7. I put 1 in chat. I'm gonna re-roll that though. Let's use the 6 or the 7.
It says D6 +1. Oh, you're -1 from your wounds.
Mhm.
Okay. So a 7? Okay. So you talk the group into coming with you guys. Who's next?
So, I guess for the whole making our way over there thing, I think if we could make an NPC make the hoverboat silent and then Felix drive over.
Did you guys bring the hoverboats? I thought you said you just borrowed the yacht.
Oh, it wasn't just the yacht. No,
Yacht and 2 hoverboats, I think.
I believe so. I think that's what it was.
Was everyone not able to fit on the yacht?
No, not everyone could fit on the yacht because there were 50 potential people coming with us.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna try to get them to what? Cast like a spell on it to make it quiet.
Yeah, make it just so, less likely to be noticed going in.
Okay. I can vote with that. So how many people are going in for this initial assault here? Because remember, the boats can only hold 5 people comfortably. You have 2 of them, so you could essentially have 10 people without any sort of penalties. But Tal's plan also included a secondary group that is going to try to destroy the foundation of the building.
If things go wrong.
If things go wrong. But we still have to account for that, right? They won't know if it goes wrong until it goes wrong, so they have to be in place to be able to do it. So are we saying that one group of 5 or one group of X is going to go, the letter X, not you, but one group of the unknown variable is going to go to with you guys, one group is going to go off on their own? Are we saying that 2 of the hover boats are both coming with you, and then that auxiliary group can just figure it out on their own on how the fuck they're getting there?
I mean, there could also be an NPC driving back and forth the silenced vehicle.
X's group was X made a plan to go through the building instead of like over or on the boats. So
But how can we go through the building? We have to make it there first.
not Rushkov's building, but like as we approach, we go building to building through the inside instead of out in the open.
But the buildings are like
I think they're
hundreds of
connected.
feet apart.
That's why I asked if they're big enough where the alleys used to be, but I don't think I ever got any explanation on that. So I just rolled with it.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a question for me. I thought that was a question that you were asking everybody else, like in character. No. So like I said before, the buildings are like hundreds of feet apart from one another. Like think of
Oh.
like the casinos in Vegas. Like they're not side by side. There's a
Wouldn't know
big
that.
spacing between. There's like parking lots and whatnot that are between it. So you wouldn't be able to go from building to building without ever like going outside. You would have to cross the water at some point. And the assumption that I'm making with where you guys currently are is that there's one body of water that separates the building that you're in from Rushkoff. So it might be a couple hundred feet away, but there's one, we'll just say one large body of water, a couple hundred feet of water you would have to get through. Or if you get creative and try to figure out another way, like fucking, I don't care, like you run off the roof of one and paraglide into the other. Anything you want to try, I'm game for. It's just, we're going to have to stack things up depending on what you choose.
No matter what, we have to go out in the open to get the Rushkovs.
Yes, sir. Well, unless you go underwater.
Okay.
That is an option too. Or teleport. That's an option too.
Where technically is an option. That's a waste of power.
Not a
Maybe.
waste if the other options get us caught.
Exactly.
True.
Okay. Fuck. What am I doing?
What kind of a building are we in that is not Rushkoff's casino? Is this also like a hotel casino thing?
Yeah, this one's just a hotel, not a hotel casino.
Okay.
With you guys bringing a yacht in unseen, I'm assuming you're not on the strip itself, so you're probably like off in one of the other blocks away. So that would probably not be a casino, but just a hotel.
So this could just be Megan being dumb as shit. But what if we went through this hotel and gathered bed sheets and tied them all together and make a nice long fucking rope from one building to the other so we can just like... It's not like there wouldn't be somewhat support in the water of buoyant corpses to slightly guide yourself walking over.
I'm not opposed to any of these ideas. You just tell me.
I am looking at the other members of my party. Because I'm trying to think of a way of making it so people can easily get over to the other building. Without power. And without stranding people without any crafts.
I would say Tal is looking out with a small group of scouts to see if there is any signs of lookouts or anyone like security detail that might be that run the risk of spotting us before we even get close.
Is that what you're
So-
doing for your turn on how to get there?
Yes.
Okay, go
So
ahead and
that way
give.
we can plan accordingly.
Sure, go ahead and give me a notice roll.
All right.
-1 because foggy day.
It does it automatically.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
I know, right? It's like I actually did shit.
Cliff does things.
Periodically. So you can see from where you guys are right now, as it is slightly foggy, things are obscured a bit. But what you can make out from where you're at is the balconies and everything for the penthouse. They all appear to be boarded up. It looks like things were ransacked. There's broken glass. And you could see that from where your vantage point is, you're on like the you're looking at like the east side of the penthouse. And you could see that the things are boarded up. You could see people walking along the roof that appear to be keeping an eye on things. And from the time that you were surveying this, you've noticed that there are two separate people that you see up there at any given time. From the inside of the building, you can't really tell what's going on, though, due to everything being boarded up.
At the neighboring buildings, no activity showing at all.
No. So the other buildings, the only other movement that you've seen is that you have seen Fish Goblin moving about in different areas. But their numbers are not very large right now for some reason.
Okay. Well, if we're going to use the stealth boats, I think the path towards the boarded up side of the building would probably be best. Also, and he's kind of addressing everyone at this point, if we have specialists with illusions that could volunteer, one that could possibly also fly, maybe we could create some sort of distraction from the opposite side of our approach so that security would be looking over there, something that would draw their attention but not put them on high alert.
Okay.
A worry that trying to draw attention in any form just lets them know that something's up.
Well, I'm not saying create image of something threatening, but something that they would want to keep their eye on. Or could be something as subtle as a weird flashing light in the distance that they can't figure out, but they have to draw attention to. But I'm no specialist on illusion, so I don't know the range or the limitations.
All right. So we have Felix, and we have your one NPC role. Do you want to use that NPC role for trying to make the boat silent? Or do you want to make it for trying to create that illusion? And obviously you could do that illusion like next round if you wanted to or something too, so.
So I'm still focused on the whole get the others over there thing. Because I'm trying to figure out how to get everyone else there. And I don't feel like we would depart the building without having that idea secured.
I agree. So what are some ideas you have?
I gave mine. Silent boat over. Tie a large string of super knotted bed sheets. Potentially just like work your way over as quiet as possible.
If we have a boat that we can keep stealth, then we will have the driver drop off the first group, come back, and do more than one trip.
I personally like the idea of the bed sheets.
I'm sure you do.
Still keep a line of bed sheets just in case. just because Cliff enjoyed it.
You take one of those folding chairs and you could do like a zip line with it.
You should!
I like it. I like it. Despite the negatives that you would have to roll to do that, I'll give you some cool points.
While we die.
Rule of cool comes in.
So, John seems to be in agreement with the roll to keep the vehicle stealthy.
But the thing is that would take up our NPC slot every time for like a drive back and forth.
That'll be for just this round. Look at like this NPC slot is going to be like, what are we doing that's counting towards this dramatic task?
Okay.
That's why I have the dramatic music on.
I don't hear anything.
I hear it.
I had to
Yeah.
re-download Sirenscape though. Mine was out of date.
Yeah, I have Sirenscape open and it doesn't even have like a sound bar.
What does yours say?
Oh, wait, why is it claiming me as the game master? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
Yours
because
is-
Version is old. Never mind.
yeah, so you're not actually signed into the game.
Oh yeah, I didn't sign into the game. I did fucking clicked it and it didn't work. Sirenscape, while you do this.
I mean, if you had it on a bigger monitor, you'd probably be able to see it a little bit easier.
You don't know where I'm looking.
I can tell by the way you're squinting. All right, so is everybody in agreement with rolling for trying to keep the boats quiet while you guys make your initial assault?
I do want to state that X isn't going to be joining anyone in the boats though.
So how is X getting over there then?
X is just going to swim.
Okay, well then
You
Last
enjoy
time,
those corpses.
your roll for persuasion is voided then, because this is all about this initial one is how you're getting to the building. So if you're swimming, you got to roll for you getting to that building.
okay.
So do you want to just do straight athletics, or are you going to you have something up your sleeve of how you're going to be doing this?
We're just doing straight athletics then.
Are you using any flotation devices or anything to help you get there?
Nope.
All right, cool. Give me that athletics roll then. At a +1.
Oh, +1.
Mhm.
2.
Okay, are you sticking with that number?
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm going to roll the NPC for trying to get the boats there quietly. right? We all green light on this?
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing like a hazy yellow. I'm not really seeing a
I'm
green
always
here.
terrified.
All right, let's see.
Hey.
All right.
I forgot that my computer's name is Rolf.
Ralph?
Rolf.
Why?
Because when it asks dumb shit like name your PC, I'm gonna give it a dumb name. I'm not gonna name it Megan's computer. Like, no, that's dumb shit. This is Rolf.
Yes, this makes far more sense.
So, one of the aberrant that came with you, he puts his hands on the engines of the two hovercraft before you slide them into place to get moving, and they start to glow with this orange color. And as they start up, you don't hear anything coming from them at all.
So I guess my contribution to the dramatic task will be driving.
All right, go ahead and give me a drive roll with a +1.
Why did it do that?
Oh, you had a conviction on that.
Why?
I don't know. You shouldn't have that though.
Yeah, can you get rid of it?
Yeah.
And then we can try this again?
Driving +1. Conviction D6. What the fuck did it even do? Yeah, go ahead and re-roll that, please, with a +1. Although you probably just helped yourself out. Oh yeah, you did. All right. So you guys all pile in. Oh, and actually, before we move forward with this, you never answer the question of how many people are going to be in the boats. You could take 10 without penalty in one trip. So in this initial trip of you all getting there, how many people are you taking?
You gonna say
Sounds
10,
good to
or are we
me.
gonna round up to anything else? I think 10 is an okay number for a first infiltration team.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we get any more than that, then that's just an army.
All right. And what I'll say, because you rolled an 8 on this one, is that X, as you jump in the water and you struggle a little bit with like the pace of getting there, you take off a little bit before everybody, and as they drive past with these silent hoverboats, so you're able to swim within the wake of it, and we'll say your failure in that role is a success by proxy. All right. As you guys get to the building, what is your game plan? Just what's the first thing you're going to do when you get there?
Look for an easy point of entry on that east side that was all boarded up.
Okay. So the whole building's not boarded up, just the penthouse piece was.
Oh.
But the building you can definitely still get into, yes. So once you get inside, what is, like instinctually, what's the first thing you guys are going to do when you get inside?
Inside, X is gonna hide.
Clear the bottom floor to make sure there isn't anyone down there that could sneak up from behind them while they're starting to make their way up.
Okay. What about Tao?
We have to use a different skill now, right?
Yep. For the record, that's not in the official rules. That's just something I do to be a dick.
Wow. Fuck you. Why am I not surprised?
I mean, he's just trying to be as quiet as possible and just follow until he's useful.
Alright. Alright. So, as you start scouting out the area, you see that there are 3 armed guards that have not noticed you all arriving. So as you start like walking through the halls, you see them, and they are kind of like patrolling the hallways in this area that you're at.
Are they together?
Yep.
A shame.
They're walking like basically in a line. And you hear them bullshitting with one another. Like they, based on the conversation they're having, they have like no concerns that anything is going on at the moment.
So,
Just real quick, Tal would just, with his finger, he's just trying to unleash just a small bit of his energy just to make sure that it's still functioning where they're at. Nothing that would draw attention or make noise or anything, just a little spark.
Sure. Give me a spellcast roll. This will not count towards a dramatic task.
Okay.
Yep. So as you do, you see a little like orb of dark matter appear, and you can roll it along your fingers.
Okay.
That uses up a half a point.
hey,
So you only have 29.5 points now.
Oh, shit. Well, Essence is at least working on this level.
We need a way to silently either take them out or subdue them so that we can question at least one.
I can do that. He's gonna look at one of the other aberrants next to him and says, "Back me up in case this doesn't go well."
All right. So I am going to roll the support roll
Yeah.
at a d6 -4 because they have clubs.
great.
They nod in agreement.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll your roll with no bonuses.
Okay. He will be trying to target all 3 of them. Oops, of course. Alright, let's see what happens here.
As you cast it, you see the aberrant sitting next to you making hand gestures with you.
Are you Chase? What the fuck?
All right, and what would you have your puppets do?
So he's standing up as he's casting, and he says, "You 3, come this way."
All 3 of them turn around and come to you.
how many... Now, these are all friends, so you want to help us out here. We're looking for information about this building. There seems to be some sort of field protecting at least the top levels from Essence. Know anything about it?
A field?
Low-level grunts, of course. Who is your boss, like the highest boss in charge here?
Well, it's Jordy.
Jordy. And where does he typically stay?
Usually he's just up in the bar in the penthouse. Every now and again he likes to get on the gun up there and take shots at any of the creatures that are down on the water surface.
Is he the only one that is allowed to operate that gun?
No, there's a few people up there that do, but he seems to enjoy it a lot.
Is there anyone else in charge besides Jordy?
I mean, Brutus is usually the one that goes out and leads all of the expeditions.
Well, we need to get up to Jordy as quietly as possible without alerting any of your friends. Can you guide us in making that happening?
I mean, if you think that they're going to be okay with it, I mean, we can just go right through the front door, but, you know, they're going to see us coming up. We wave, they buzz us in.
Do you have any captives here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few people up there that I don't really know who they are, but yeah, we typically are only allowed in the lobby. We have rooms in the floor underneath there that we stay in. It's usually just Jordy and a few other people that actually are in the penthouse themselves.
So beyond the... How high up can you get before it raises suspicion? Towards the penthouse, that is.
What do you mean raise suspicion?
I don't feel that everyone would understand us being here and may jump to conclusions, so we want to remain unseen.
Oh, I mean, we could get up to our rooms just by taking the stairs, and for the most part, we'll be good. Every now and again, though, Brutus will listen in on our walkies to make sure that we're not dicking about.
Your walkies, that's a communication device, yes?
He lifts up his shirt and he like taps it. He's like, yeah, it's kind of how we can talk to anybody else within the building. It's got a pretty far range, actually. We were a couple buildings over and we were still able to pick up on one another.
Is X with us? Okay. And there seems to be like one main guy is kind of doing all the talking among the three.
Yeah, well, I mean, like whoever you're looking at when you're talking, that's who's responding to you.
Okay.
You don't get any clear rank from the three of them. They all look like they're, rank and file.
Right. He points to two of them and says, "Let me have these walkies. They'll be a great use to us. And then you in the middle, you keep yours."
They're like looking at each other. Hand their walkies over.
He's gonna hand one to Felix, one to X.
I would say around this time, your 1 minute, you're starting to feel wear out.
Yep, he's gonna re-up it.
Okay.
Okay, we need to get up to the people you said you didn't know who they were. We need to get there as quickly and quietly as possible. Can you lead us?
Yeah, I mean, the quickest way would probably be taking the main elevator shaft.
Okay, you lead the way. And if any of the people here start trying to hurt us, you do everything you can to defend us.
All right. Just make sure when you get in the elevator that you wave at the camera.
Camera?
Oh, yeah, that's how they know that they're going to let us into the penthouse.
Okay, we're going to try to avoid that. You can stay visible and do what you do without raising suspicion. Cliff, I'm assuming one of the aberrant is able to do the invis spell.
They are definitely able to try.
Oh, are they still?
You already used up your roll for this one, so.
Okay. Is there any way to avoid the cameras?
Taking the stairs.
Okay. Then lead us through the stairs then.
Okay. So Tao and the NPC role has been done through this interaction. You have all heard this. You're there. So one of them is leading you there. The other two are staying and doing like whatever the fuck they were doing before you came. Essentially, they're like basically guarding still.
As Tal moves away, does that turn the puppet off of them?
I planned on having all three of them go with.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you wanted the two of them to continue.
We just
doing
took
what
their walkies, and he wants all three of them. So in case the gunfire starts happening, he's got three
Okay.
idiots to.
Okay. Just keep in mind, you will have to re-up that every minute.
Yep, that's why I said as fast as possible.
Okay.
Duration 5. What is that equivalent to?
5 rounds is 30 seconds, so yours is
Yeah,
10,
it's
so
a
you got a minute.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Yep. Moving quickly.
All right, so X Felix. Either one of you, what you gonna do this round?
X did say he was gonna stay hidden as soon as he got to the building. Is that not?
You could do that, yeah. So give me a stealth roll, or if you plan on doing like invisibility, do me a spellcasting roll.
Oh, I'll just do stealth.
Real quick, I'm gonna do the mind link before we get split up.
Okay.
Cool. That gives us an hour.
Yep, and that will not count towards the dramatic task. Okay.
I am doing my best to think of anything.
The mind link goes off. X, or everyone here is X. I'm still with you. I'm just not making myself seen just yet. I'll watch your backs in case anyone spots us.
And then just for my knowledge, are you like scouting ahead? Is that what you mean?
As they go forward,
Mhm.
he's gonna like stay near the back and like around corners and stuff.
Okay.
So if anyone like starts following their trail, he'll be the first to see it.
Okay. And for the record, yours is actually a 7 because you have clubs, so that should be with a -2.
Ugh.
Sad.
Okay.
Um,
What's Feely Boy gonna do?
this bitch can't think of anything, so let's just go with notice to see if he can pick up on where, like, anything. Hold on. Notice to see if anybody else is around other than these 3 that are just kind of dummy-dumb leading us.
So for the record, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to, because you can still get a minus from failing hard, right? So you
You're
don't
right,
necessarily
but
have to do
I do
anything.
have a joker.
True. I was just saying you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. That's all.
Yeah, so I'm gonna roll to attempt to notice other goons.
Sure. Okay. So as you're moving through this ground level here, you do not notice any additional goons, as you put it. You do see off in the distance a couple of the fish goblin in one of the other buildings as you like pass by one of the windows. But they appear to be kind of doing their own thing. But you just sort of have that flashback of everything that happened. And it kind of pulls you out of it for a moment, but you regain your focus and then move on. But other than that, you do notice that...
Question, because you said Felix had a flashback of what? Because he doesn't remember anything at the moment.
No, what I'm saying is like you have that battle that happened there where all of them were...
Okay.
Like you just start thinking of that, and then obviously that leads you to the trails of like, hey, I have eggs in me, and yeah.
I'm pregnant.
I'm gonna be a mom, a dad. I'm gonna...
A dom? Wait.
Not me. And you notice that as you're walking through to get to the stairwell, that on this level that you're on, a lot of the hotel rooms, the door locks have been busted off as if someone was searching these rooms. All right. So with your newfound friends in tow, you start making your way up the stairwell, and any of the floors where they know that they have people at guard, they tell you. They're like, oh yeah, there's 2 people that are sweeping this level right here. And then as you start making your way up to that, the floor right below the penthouse level, he's like, yeah, there should be like 5 or so people that are in their individual rooms up here.
And is he referring to people as in the people he didn't recognize?
You could clarify if you want.
Are they?
They're
Are they
guards
so?
because the people he didn't know were in the penthouse.
That's one cramped ass penthouse.
I mean, it
So
takes
these-
up the entire top floor of a hotel. It's not very
Yeah.
cramped.
So yeah, are these friends of yours staying in these rooms, or are they people you didn't recognize?
Oh no, and more of us. The people that I said I don't recognize, they're usually up in the penthouse. I've seen a few of them every now and again, mostly when they're being brought in, but
Okay. So let's keep going towards the penthouse then.
well, like I said, if we get to the penthouse, I know you said you don't want to really be seen or anything. As soon as we get in there, I mean, they're gonna know we're there. Whether we take the stairs or the elevator takes us to the lobby.
And are there cameras on that floor?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Looks at Felix. Well, your call.
Do any of your friends have essence abilities?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's quite a few of us do. Why, don't you?
Yeah, I was just curious. Hmm. Have you ever noticed a point in the building where your essence abilities don't quite work for some reason?
Oh, yeah. For sure. I noticed that, like, even in some of the rooms on that we stay in, they don't work. More towards the center, but you can't really use any of your powers once you get in the penthouse. They do that for precaution.
Not allowed to use your powers, or there's something stopping you?
Both.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, there's
So, do you know what's stopping you?
No, it's really weird. It's like, you ever had like brain fog, like where you're trying to think of something really hard and you just can't think of it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what it feels like.
You want to take us to the rooms on this floor that seems to be an issue in? I'm just
Sure.
curious.
Sure.
All right. In the mind link, they're gonna hear. Maybe we can figure out from those points on this floor what's stopping it.
Hopefully.
What are we doing?
Our friends here are taking us to a couple rooms on this floor that have the can't use your essence-ness in it. And apparently, in all of the penthouse, you can't use your essence.
Ooh, if they walk through that towel, is that gonna stop your puppet?
One thing I know for sure is when I need to expend more energy to keep it maintained, it would be blocked. But once they go through it, it's either going to drop instantly or it will maintain until I need to feed more essence into it.
Is this worth it? Just so we can see how it feels.
It wasn't just so we can see how it feels, it was so we can try to find the source. Hey, why don't you guys show us where it is, but like, don't actually walk in there? I don't know. I just want to check it out personally. You don't have to go in there.
All three of their heads, like, like in unison, like snap over to Tal.
Yeah, he is a friend. Let's do what he says.
All right.
You good for a detour, Tal? You still have energy that you can spare?
We will have to hurry.
Well, it's not like technically when we get to this point, we can't just off these guys.
That's correct.
We don't have to puppet them anymore. When we get to where we're going, where these particular rooms are, once they're pointed out to us, we can kill them. And then somebody who has the gift of being able to change their own appearance could look like one of them. Wait for the camera.
You're the boss.
All right, so nerd-wise, on average, it takes about 45 to 55 seconds to walk up a flight of stairs. So if you guys are at a normal walking pace, we're gonna say
hurry.
right. I'm gonna say at a normal walking pace, it would take about a minute per flight of stairs. And we've already established with this before that there are 10 flight of stairs. There are 10 floors from ground level up to penthouse. So you guys would be like 9 flights of stairs up. So even if we're saying with a hurrying pace, you're looking at about 5 minutes to get up to the penthouse, or to get up to the floor below the penthouse. If you guys want, we can play a game of Let's Make a Deal. And the 3 of you plus the 1 NPC can roll athletics roll. And if you make it there with an average roll of 4, then I'll say you could do it in 3 minutes. But if you don't make it with an average roll of 4, then you will have negatives on this next round of the next round of rolls that you do. You guys want to take it or leave it? 5 minutes, no penalties, or 3 minutes with potential penalties if you fail.
Athletics roll on all of us?
Mm-hmm. Plus the NPC.
We all know I'm down to roll athletics.
My athletics is a 4.
That's what I was considering.
Yeah.
But you only have to
But at least
average
we don't
4
have love.
between the 3 of you plus the NPC, who will be rolling at a d6.
But is that going to include the negatives from the cards?
There's no cards in play with this. This will be just a straight roll.
Okay.
Which means that you're not going to get your bonus for Joker either.
That's fine.
Okay.
So we got 1 high, 1 low, and 2 in the middle for
Yep.
this roll.
Your call.
Can we do bennies?
No.
Fuck.
Can't Benny on Let's Make a Deal?
Final session. Fucking balls out. Let's do it.
Alright,
Fucking
fuck it.
roll.
Let's go.
Does this mean I should type in -2 so that it gets rid
Yeah.
of my Joker?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's fucking go.
All right. 4, 7, 9, and then we have our wild card.
Crit fail. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's good. All right. All right. So you guys make it up to the floor before the penthouse in 3 minutes. So you can go ahead and use that for your point calculation, Tal.
Got it.
All right. So you get to the floor below the penthouse, and you start walking through the hallways, and these 3 guys, they point over to a door, And they're like, yeah, that's one of the rooms that you can't do anything essence-wise in.
What other rooms are there?
This one, the one next to it, and then if you walk around the hall, there's 2 more.
Like directly
Basically.
behind them?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like those 4.
Yeah.
Got it.
They are obviously armed, right?
Oh,
They
yeah.
got guns. Okay.
They do.
We're interested. Let me hold your weapon.
Are you asking like all 3 or just like one of them?
Just one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. He hands it to Felix and says, "Take my friend here so you can show him how it works." And in the mind link, yeah, if the link breaks, take him out.
People, where are you having him take me to show
Inside
me how
the
it works?
room.
Oh, inside the room.
Hmm.
Why are
I mean,
you
if he
nervous?
I mean, firing a gun is gonna raise some suspicion, so I'm more feeling break his neck, but okay.
Well, yeah, we'll break his
Yeah.
neck. I figured hit him with the gun or something. I don't.
With the gun.
You can shoot it, but if you
Yeah,
want to
sure,
snap
let's
his neck,
march in
that's
this
better.
room and break his neck.
That you said that's what you're gonna do?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to go in this room
We're
that
starting the next
hopefully
round.
nobody else is in at the moment.
Just walking with a family.
Daddy.
Now, is there anybody else that's gonna be in this room right now? He's like patting this guy on the back as we're walking towards this room.
I don't know. Could be. I'd find out for you, but he's got my walkie.
Yeah, it's fine. Yep. Go ahead. You lead.
All right. He walks over, and he knocks on the door. He's like, "Hey, Ryan, you in there?" And he's like, on the other side of the door, you hear, "Yeah, what's up?" Like, "Oh, I got my friend here. I want to show him that weird thing that happens in your room." All right. Okay, if you're gonna try to break his neck,
Wait, you're doing it now?
Bro, there's another guy in there. I have to be ready to kill him too. You want me to 2-on-1 this?
Is that what the tank's supposed to do? You got this.
He's still under control. Like it's 2-on-1 against Ryan.
You're gonna break his neck. Right, like
Okay,
mother.
okay, fine. After we will kill Ryan while this guy's still puppetied. Make sure this puppetied guy isn't upset that I kill Ryan.
My friend, killing my other friend.
What do I do?
John have beef or something? Doesn't even care.
So what are you doing?
I guess we're not breaking Beauregard's neck.
That's not Beauregard. Beauregard's the other one.
Exactly.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry.
okay,
It had guard in the
so
name. I'm sorry.
so you hear footsteps approach. You hear the door open.
Fine.
We're just gonna go straight to bare hands, I guess, to try to kill him. We just do some really good punching.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do before you roll that. Give me an agility roll.
See if you're fast enough.
I'll hear a
I
face
fucking
palm.
hope so.
Okay.
Face palm from behind.
Okay.
Oh.
You are definitely. I guess just for dramatic effect. Okay.
I mean, he still fucking failed, but
Yeah. He still failed. He just didn't critically fail. Okay. So he opens the door, and you, before he even gets to a chance to react, you get to do this. So, oh wait. Oh. No Joker bonus because
fine.
this is a new round, and you don't have clubs, so you're fine. Okay. So okay. So yeah. So you still rolled a 9. Yeah, so as soon as he opens the door, you just crack. Go ahead and give me a damage roll.
he's like, both, like, Tal's like, yeah, Mr. Felix, and X is just like, fucking Felix.
He's like, stealth, yes? There's a lot of contemplation in those eyes.
So
I kind of want to Benny it.
I was just gonna ask, before I tell you the results, do you want to Benny it?
I think I do.
Okay.
Well, we're going with the first one.
I
Did you get a
mean,
raise?
Oh yeah, I did get a raise.
Yeah.
No, I'm at, okay.
yeah, you did, so you should be rolling that with a raise.
So that's just an additional d6, right?
Yes. Roll it twice. Roll just a d6 and then a d6. All right, so you got an 11 and a 10. And let me do this real quick. Would you have spent that Benny had you known you had an 11?
No.
Okay. Then we'll give you the Benny
I
back.
wouldn't have.
We'll give you the Benny back and we'll keep the 11. Okay. Yeah. So you hit this dude
Also-
and his face just with blood.
Okay, I was gonna say, I feel like this calls for the drop. He's not ready to get decked. I don't know how this works.
I would not say I would not say that it's a drop, but you hit this dude in the face. He falls backwards, hits his head on the bed, just falls limp to the ground. He's just done.
Ryan, no.
Sorry, Ryan.
But with that, your puppet friend here does get to make a spirit roll to break free of this puppet because you have now put harm on one of his friends.
Does he do so at disadvantage, though?
Puppets carry out command, raid, control head power. No. Essentially what happens is that because you got it with a raise, he doesn't get his initial chance to even fight off this puppet roll.
Gotcha.
But whenever you do anything that makes it where you're either giving him a command or he's doing something that's like directly hurting his people, he gets to try to break it with spirit.
Yep.
So let's see. Oh, and the motherfucker actually does it. So with a raise, he automatically breaks hold. So upon seeing that, Felix, you punch this dude, and then you see the like sort of purple glow in this guy's eyes just kind of fizzle out for a second.
Good thing I'm two-fisted. Can I swing again?
You can. Wait, but before you do,
He doesn't have his walkie.
yeah, go ahead.
Or his gun. Good.
That's a hit.
Die, peasant. I say ye die, peasant.
I said.
Mmm.
There's those eyes again.
There are. Fucking Goonies.
So for the record, it says at the beginning of combat you have to do this. You can't do it mid-combat.
Now then.
I mean, you yeah. See, so you
I mean,
you can get that car back.
She started. Felix did start and end a combat already, so this is kind of a new combat.
It is. It's definitely not. This is the same round.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna use one more Benny and hope for the best.
Okay.
For this damage roll.
Got this. Yes.
Okay. So what do you do to this guy?
As soon as he swings and hits this guy, and as soon as he's like reeling back from that punch, and he goes to like turn to look at the guy, and he notices like Tal's essence fade from his eyes. He almost has a moment of like, oh shit, and he just like instantly swings with the other hand from like straight into an uppercut on this guy.
Yeah, you hit the dude and he like slams against the wall and his body just falls limp in the hallway. You stand like motionless for a second, see if anybody gets alerted by the clatter, and you don't hear anything.
Pull this guy into Ryan's room and close the door. All the dead guys in Ryan's room. It's a party. Gonna try to figure out the whole no essence thing. If there's anything I can notice.
You can't do shit. Your turn's over.
But I ended combat. 6 seconds are over.
So Tao, you would see this going down of Felix just busting dude's face and then hitting the other dude with the old lefty.
Everything all right in there, Mr. Felix?
Well, when I took out the guy that was in the room, I'm sure you probably felt your essence fizzle off. Our friend over here, and I wasn't about to wait for him to call for help, so took care of it.
Yes, that was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else in there?
I'm assuming no, because there has been no repercussions to this.
Or they're just staying quiet after they've seen that shit.
Fucking Captain Weaponized Fist walks in and kills 2 friends with 1 punch each. It's just like, yoop-a-doop-a-doop. Felix is just gonna, like, I guess peek his head in, make sure there's nobody in there.
Your turn's over.
Shit.
No, you're good. You dragged him in there. There's no one else in that room.
Okay.
In that immediate area that you went into of that room, at least.
Yeah, nobody's in this room that I can see at the moment.
Are you able to use your essence in there?
He can't do shit. It's your
Who's
guys'
hard to
turn. You can't do shit. Your turn is over.
Stop asking me things then, John!
It's what he would ask. But yeah, he's gonna just wait to see what information Felix can give him about this room or if he sees anything.
So are you skipping your turn, is what you're saying?
For now, unless... Unless he can give some sort of advice to Felix on what to look for in there.
So I can answer your question on this. Felix, what are you doing once you get in that room?
Looking for anything that looks to be like it would be causing this, or trying to pinpoint where the brain fog is its worst, which would probably be as close as possible to whatever's causing this.
Okay. Then, like, so you're having this conversation with Tal, and you're like searching through the room, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you get towards like the back wall, as you're having this conversation, you hear Tal's voice just stop.
Am
And
I allowed
Tal,
to do things?
no, Tal, you get that feeling that you've gotten before when Felix has left the conversation. So you feel him just drop out altogether.
Okay. Um, he is. He's gonna wait because he knows there was a real possibility that the mind link would be broken once Felix went in there. So he's just going. Felix was able to let him know that the threat's been neutralized, so he's not going to fucking panic or anything like that. He's just gonna wait for him to come back at this point. Then.
Okay. But I will say that at this point, though, so this is your turn on the dramatic task of what's going on right now. So you can choose to skip it, but then you're forfeiting your ability to contribute to winning this encounter or this task, completing it thoroughly.
Okay. And then I'm on spade right now. That was the bad one.
No, clubbed is.
Oh. Okay. He's just gonna tell his two goons to he says, help me keep a lookout in case any of your other friends show up. You can help us to deter them.
All right, I'm going to use this as your NPC roll then, and they can support you on a notice roll.
Yeah.
Okay, let me roll mine first. They are not helpful.
Awesome.
And you haven't done a notice roll yet during this?
Before we went in the building, so if that counts, I'll have to do something else.
Nah, it's fine. That counts, and that's a success. You're good.
Alright.
All right, X.
Yo.
What are you doing?
I guess just a notice to see if anyone's tailing us.
Okay.
He did a stealth before, so.
Hmm.
Blah, 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 blah. Yep.
You do not notice anyone tailing you. All right. Felix. So you're walking around this room, you're talking to Tal, and all of a sudden he just stops. And you now have that feeling of like, you know what it's like to drop out of a mind link willingly. That's how you feel. You just...
He takes a big step back out of the range of where he had just disconnected, just testing to see if it pops back in.
Nothing pops back in.
He continues to try to pinpoint where this brain fog is at its worst, I guess.
And how are you going to do that? Are you literally just walking around to see if you get brain fog?
I was about to say hot and cold.
You feel no brain fog whatsoever in this room.
Oh, okay. I thought that... Okay, so no brain fog, just immediate stop.
Yeah. Felix doesn't have a brain, so you know. No, I'm joking.
know
But no,
that.
you never felt brain fog at all. It just stopped.
So then, where is he when this disconnects? Like, you know.
You notice the disconnect about halfway through the room that you're in. So the room that you're in is just like an open, like, you know, it's a hotel room. So there's like the TV area in the backside. There's 2 beds, mini fridge. As soon as you get like halfway through that room, that's when it cut off. But you don't notice anything. No, it's bigger than that. It's a real mini fridge. But yes, it's about halfway through that room.
So he's going to attempt to pull his essence into his hand when he's like that step back that's not in the range, and he's just gonna try to like skirt around it. So like if it's coming off of something in an orb, he can kind of pinpoint where the center might be.
Okay, give me a focus roll then. Okay, so you pull the focus in your hand. You have like a ball of like heat.
I was thinking sparks, but yeah,
Sure. Whatever you're thinking is what you're doing.
crackling sparks. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
And you start
trying
walking
to
around the
feel-
room. It doesn't go out.
Just the mind link did.
Mind link did, but your sparks are still.
Even deep into where the mind link had turned itself off.
Yep.
Since it doesn't seem to be affecting that, but it affected the spell, he's going to test the theory that you can't use a power even if you can pull the essence into your hand, and he's going to attempt to put smite on his fist.
Your turn is already over. You can't do that.
He sure is. Boo.
Tau. X. Random NPCs.
Not it just waiting.
What about those other rooms that this happens in?
Yeah, X, where are you right now?
Probably like 20 feet back from the group.
Do you want to investigate one of these other rooms?
We need to get to the penthouse already.
Okay, but as we stated, if we don't have an answer or a way to shut this thing down, if you want to take the group that is essentially the first strike team and run in there and see if you can find it while under attack.
Yeah, no. Did we get confirmation on a different room? Or just one?
You were told that there are 4 rooms that the powers just don't work in.
Which was this one, the one beside it, and the 2 directly behind them.
Yep. Basically, the 4 rooms that kind of butt up together in a little cluster. In a 2x2 cluster.
And there's no like walkway in between them or anything? It's just those rooms?
So 2 of the rooms have the conjoined rooms, and then the other 2 on the other side you'd have to walk around the hall to get to.
Okay. I'm not gonna go in any of the rooms, but I'm going to walk around and see if it's focused in a room or just the area.
Okay. And what are you gonna do to see if it's focused or not?
Fuck, I don't know.
I mean, you don't have to look at your skills. Like, just let me know what you're doing. Like, are you really just walking to see if you feel different, or are you gonna try casting an ability to see if it works, or like what's your determining factor on this?
I guess
Are you
if the,
invisible right now?
no,
Okay.
no, I said I wasn't spellcasting until we got in there.
He's just tiptoeing.
Sneaky, sneaky.
So I guess then the mind link stays. Not really. That's how we noticed it for Felix.
Okay. So you're just gonna creep around and see if mind link cuts off?
Yeah.
Okay. You were walking around on the outside of these rooms. Mind link never shuts off for you.
Okay. Can I roll to walk? Pace.
No. it seems how you guys aren't really making any progress with like trying to get in the building from doing this. You guys can do whatever you want to do skill wise. We won't count it towards like the dramatic tasks.
I would not have done that walk. I do not want to be a part of this mission. X is going back to his spot.
Sure.
Okay, he's gonna go with his two puppets over to Felix's door to check in on him.
You walk to the door and you see Felix walking around the room, kind of lost, like holding like these sparking embers, just walking around the room.
So I'm guessing no progress.
I have a theory that even if though you can pull your essence into your hand, it might only be the use of the essence outwardly other than just concentrating it, you know, like attempting to cast that would be prevented.
I'll say that since we're not doing the dramatic task at the moment, you can go ahead and test your theory if you want.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Felix is gonna go into where the mind link cut off and attempt to pull the smite into his hand.
Sure, go ahead and cast it. And your hand blazes.
Everyone's head. X like, is there an issue?
Tal's gonna take a quick look at Ryan. Is he human or aberrant?
Oh, he's human.
Okay.
He's a fucked up human. Broken nose, broken jaw. Neck has a weird kink in it.
Yeah.
We've got another walkie and whatever weapons that he's has in that room now.
Okay, X, we need to attack then, because we don't have time to keep looking around for this.
What's going on?
We're not finding anything in this room to give us answers as to where the source is coming from. So we're gonna have to do this the difficult way. And like I said, it's your call. If you object because I can't lead in with you, then feel free and say so.
Because Felix isn't part of this mind link, Tal's just standing there blinking. Looking at Felix.
Yeah.
Well, these are very
there's
quick
some, like-
conversations.
Right.
Yeah, I figure there's like some form of like, you know, his eyebrows are like slightly adjusting as he's like conversing in the head, just like just facial expression changes as the communication occurs, and that's probably pretty evident that it's like there's a mind link conversation happening.
Mm-hmm.
The device isn't going to be out of reach from Rushkov. It's going to be top floor. We're wasting time.
Okay, so we're going
Where's
into the penthouse.
Felix? Where's Felix?
He's right in front of me.
Tal points at you.
You know, when 30 seconds happens, his smite falls off his hand.
Okay. Send him forward.
Okay, are we just going right into the top floor there, right into the suite?
We don't really have any other options unless we bust a hole like we did before, or...
We didn't get to bust. Oh, I can't hear him.
But even when we did that, we only got the floor underneath when we still had to take the elevator.
I believe these guys can at least get the door open for us, or have someone on the inside open the door out of curiosity, and then you have to press the advantage at that point.
No essence in the haze area.
The mind link broke, but Felix has been able to use his essence aside from that in here.
Felix can use it, but the mind link broke.
Yep.
Your power stopped working, but his didn't.
As far as I can tell.
He uses his essence different than we do.
Correct.
He can go in there, fist fucking blazing still.
Let's hope so. I
Yeah.
don't have enough information to draw any sort of conclusions.
There's our surprise attack. They're not going to be expecting that.
Okay. So should I tell him we're going in fast and...
Fast and stupid.
Alright.
Felix special.
Felix special.
Alright. Okay, so X says that we are going to execute a Felix special maneuver and go in fast and stupid, as he put it.
Felix smirks and like holds in a laugh. Just like shakes his head and shrugs and he goes, "Alright, get with one of your friends, I guess, to wave the camera to get that door open. All I need is an in. Also, can we elaborate on the Felix special other than just going in fast and stupid?"
They're going to get the door open, and then that was all we planned for. You're just going to rush in, and X believes that whatever Rushkoff has is going to be on the top floor with him.
Ugh. Okay. What they said that the essence doesn't work up there. I mean, they also said it doesn't work in here and your mind link went away, but I don't know if it's just because mine's like a physical thing versus a distance thing.
X believes because you tap into your essence in a different way. But we can ponder this later.
Yep. I was just trying to figure out if I was gonna not have abilities when I'm up there. So
He looks
not
down
like-
to the two bodies. It's like, I think you'll be fine.
yeah. Alright. So it's not like you can put up any form of protection around me, so I guess I would have to throw a damage field, perhaps? Like, push out my heat, and then...
Now looks back at his guys. We're going. Lead my
as
friend to the door.
Felix is just like mumbling to himself as he's like,
Gonna have to push out a damage field. Be ready to fire my gun for distance attack.
he's just trying to plan, but we all know Felix doesn't really.
Tal's just walking
quiet.
down the hallway.
No, Felix is following. He's just mumbling to himself while this is happening.
For my clarity, did Tal go into the room at all?
He stayed in the doorway.
What about your two friends? Where did they go?
They stayed with him.
Okay.
I hope they didn't look in the room.
There was no direct command that would even trigger anything based on that. So I think I'll say for now we're good. I will say that based on the amount of time that it took with this, John, high or low?
Hi.
It's been another 2 minutes by the time you get towards where the penthouse is.
Alright. Okay.
All right. So you guys, are you planning on taking the elevators or the stairs?
I thought we couldn't get into the penthouse using stairs.
No, you can do it from both. That's what the guy said, that no matter how you do it, it's going to take you to the lobby of the penthouse, though. To use the elevator...
I'm just remembering last time we were in this building. Don't worry about me.
To get to the penthouse from the elevator, they said you have to wave at the camera. But they said that they can get you to the penthouse lobby without being seen by taking the stairs. But as soon as you get to the lobby, there's someone there that you're going to have to... that they're going to see you no matter what.
Okay. I guess stairs it is.
In Tal's mind again, I wouldn't fall back on it being Felix being able to pull his essence different than we do, because I just remember that my teleport didn't work when I tried that. So maybe it's the eggs in him or something.
It's because he's pregnant. He gets an advantage.
You figured out my mechanic. That's it. Pregnant women have the advantage. And Felix.
Yes.
All right. So, are you taking the stairs or the elevator?
Stairs.
Okay.
Like to stealth to try to not be noticed at first.
Sure.
We'll do our best.
Wait.
Wait.
All right.
Before we enter a combat, I really hate these guys.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
So just keep in mind that it only is for extras.
Yep, so
Not wild
I'm
cards.
assuming Brutus and what's-his-face, whose name I forgot. I want to call him Jody, and I know that's not it.
And it begins.
The little one is Brutus.
Okay, so I have to roll a d6 for the addition I get on this, right? Yeah. You gain plus 1d6 on all of them. So is it just like that it's with a raise, or is it whatever I roll on this d6 now is what gets added?
You get to roll a d6 anytime you roll damage.
Got it.
Yep.
Hedokes.
Okay, so, you want to roll stealth? Okay. All right, so you do your best to creep up the stairs quietly.
Go as unnoticed as possible.
Yep. I mean, it's a stairwell, and unless there's someone in it, you're going to be unnoticed.
Well, I mean, like when he gets to the top where this lobby is.
Right, understood. All right, Tal X.
Tal is just following and planning on stopping with the team that's not going in as soon as we get close.
What do you mean by team that's not going in this one?
Well, actually, it's just going to be probably just him, because the rest of them were planning on rushing together, I'm assuming.
I'm also assuming that Megan got ahead of herself here. Before Felix went up the stairs, he would have asked how many people are typically in here to the puppet friends.
Yeah, that was something you were already present for when Tal was asking about it.
Right.
But yeah, so he said that there's probably about 10 people up there.
About 10 people up in there. So before he went up
That
the stairs,
he knows
also,
about, and he'd already confessed that he doesn't know everybody that's up there either, so.
Yeah. He also, before he went up, would have probably been like, you should, like, get the others that don't need essence to make their way over here.
Yeah, so I mean, so
Communicated
this
that we need
entire
to
time you guys are
communicate with the
moving with
others.
this assault squad of 10 people with you, you know?
Yeah, they're all here.
11
Oh,
people.
I
'cause
assumed that
X
there
swam.
was,
The last time we took a boat, we got shot up.
I'm not negatively commenting on it. I'm saying y'all got an extra person out of it.
yeah, so... What I'm saying, though, is we had like 30 to 50 people in general.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming there is more than just 10 people who know how to do the shoot 'em ups, or have guns, or can do punchy punch, or not essence things.
Didn't we have a group going, or someone going back with the boats to bring more people?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
So-
in theory, we have a group coming behind us.
Yeah. So I just want to... Felix would just want to make sure it was communicated with them that this was about to happen.
So that's up to you if you want to wait to try to do anything like that, but you all haven't made any mention of the additional groups that are coming through, so they are being handled as their own entity. You just have your group of 11 right now.
Okay.
I would say Tal would ask one of the two that's leading them, is there anything that you say over your walkies that would cause people to exit the top floor? Like any sort of emergency or...
No, we've never
code or
had anything like that before. We've had them all kind of called everybody in there to help when those fish creature things attacked. But that was, a week or so ago. They boarded it all up, and, that should be good now. But they called for everybody to come up when that happened. But we've never had any scenario where anybody left. They tend to go there for safety, so...
Ah. Alright.
Hey, by the way, what happened with Charles?
Oh, he's hanging out with Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Well... Okay. If, just hypothetically, is there a way to disable your walkies so that nobody could use them?
I don't know. You could probably break the main machine, but I don't know if that would help or not. They got it from Area 51 in the last run they did. So they have like a whole ham radio machine. Brutus said something about we're better off using the old world tech than trying to rely on any of the new stuff, so...
Okay. I just want you, once you get there and we get my friends get your friends on the inside to open the door for my friends so they can have a conversation. And just, again, if the people on the inside get too aggressive before my friends have had a chance to speak with them, just protect my friends, okay?
Oh, I mean, we shouldn't have to worry about anything like that. I mean, we should be all friends, right?
Just in case. Yeah, I have no idea what the role for this. Are we still doing roles right now, or?
Oh yeah, you guys are. Well, right now, no. We're still trying to figure out like the next phase of this would be actually getting into the penthouse, so figuring out what all you're gonna do to get in there. So I assume you're all walking to the stairs. You're starting to make your way up the stairs as you're making these plans. But like, what's gonna be like the marching order for this? Like, is Felix going in first, or are you trying to send those two up first to try to get you an in?
Yep, trying to get them to get us an in, and then Felix and the rest of the squad gonna rush behind them. Is what I was thinking in my head.
Okay. And then we got one-man army here. And then I'm assuming you're gonna send in like any of the like chaste courage, anybody that has like gun abilities, they're gonna go in.
Yep.
And then what are you doing?
So puppet's still going on, mind link's still going on, even up this high, right?
Where you're at right now, yes.
Okay. Then depending on how things go, as soon as Felix goes in and like the first two, he may go in right away, or if things are still calm, he's gonna still stay in the back with the chased and courage that go in.
Okay, so you're purposefully holding back to see like what happens before you do anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the order right now is going to be those two going in, then Felix, along with the armada of armed forces that you have, then as you guys are walking up the stairs, you get about halfway up it, and you see your two friends that are walking up stop for a second. They look at each other.
If it feels like it's broken, he's going to alert X immediately through mind link speed.
Give me an agility roll, John. All right. So you would feel it end, and as it does, you see them look at each other and like nod.
So at the same time as he's telling X that he's lost the connection, he's going to hit Felix and said, I lost him. And then he's going to try and shoot a bolt at them to see if it even goes through or connects or even goes off at all.
So, from my knowledge on this, I thought you said you were staying back behind everybody.
Oh, I didn't know if we were to that point, because you said we were still going up the stairs.
Yeah. When you get about halfway up the stairs is when this happens. So if you're... Right. I'm assuming you're already in this marching order. Like, you're not going to fall back once you get in, right? You're letting...
It was going to... At the point where they got up there, like, he was just going to stop, like, wherever he could to stay out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that we were still, like, in the process of getting there.
You are. You're walking up the stairs, and as you get about halfway up the stairs, you notice it just drops.
Okay,
so if... We're basically there, though. We'd be walking up the stairs to walk into this.
So yeah, so I guess to look at it like you would walk up, there'd be a landing, you'd walk up, there'd be a door. You get to that landing is when it breaks. As soon as them two step on it, it breaks.
Okay.
How I'm assuming it's like a normal spiral staircase.
Yep.
How wide is it in between?
The stairs, they're probably like
Is it like one of those real thin ones? Where
no,
you
no,
can,
no.
like, barely see,
I'd
or is
say
it
it's probably about 6 feet wide for the stairwell. So like the whole opening is probably about 12 feet. We'll say.
Okay.
For simplicity, we'll say it's a 12 by 12 square column that goes up.
With the gap in the middle.
Yeah.
How big is it? That's the 12 by 12 is the gap in the middle?
No, the whole room is 12 by 12. So it's about, we'll say, 5 or so feet, and the gap in the middle is like 2 feet, we'll say, for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
So it's big enough that someone could jump down the middle if they wanted to.
Or be thrown.
Or be thrown.
Do I got a clear line on these people?
I don't know. Apparently, I misunderstood the marching orders that I asked, like...
Yeah, if I'm not close enough, then he's just letting X know, and
So
that's all
I'm
he can
still...
do.
The entire time we were going through the building, I've been in the back.
Yep.
So how far back would it be from the person in the front to me all the way in the back?
How far
But I
back
have
were you
to-
saying? If you're like right there and just running up the tail, you're probably at like the bottom landing. Like say you're on penthouse -1 floor, right? 1 floor underneath it. You're still there at like the entranceway as everybody's starting to walk up. You got 10 people there, so I mean it's a pretty. Unless people are walking like grouped up together, like there's a you're half a flight of stairs down. So you're on this landing, they're on that top landing, the L shape before it
7
starts
steps
going up to
away.
where the door is.
So... X is gonna run up half a flight so he can see these people then, since it would wrap around.
No,
And
it's not like a circle one. It was a square. So it was like
So you're
There,
so like
flat.
up,
there.
landing, up, door, right? So you're here at this bottom area on the landing and the door. There's a flight, a landing, that's where they are, and then there's another flight up, and then the door to get into the penthouse.
okay, so I have a site where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay.
As long as everybody is in a moderately close formation, then yes, you have a line of sight.
Cool. I still have movement at least to like get sight if I need to.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if it's gonna work. As much of one of the guys as I can see, as soon as X is informed, he is going to whip out his like his grapple dart and try to grab one of them with it and pull him down the stairs.
Give me an agility roll.
Oh, that's horrible.
Wow.
Okay.
But it wasn't critical.
It almost was.
But it wasn't.
Okay. Do you want to Benny it, or are you good with that?
I'll fucking Benny it.
Okay.
Let's say at the very least, it's enough to get Felix's attention.
Do you want to stick with the 1 or the 9?
I'll take the 1 actually. I got the 9.
All right. So you can go before they act.
Okay. Now, I have this in here somewhere.
So from my knowledge, what you're gonna try to do now is hit him with a grapple dart and then pull them down.
Get over here.
Okay. So that's gonna be a multi-action then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw
So
one pull.
yep. So go ahead and give me the throw first.
Alright. I think grappling hook is the same as just a normal throwing knife or whatever.
Yeah. It should all be part of the throw roll, so you can just do a throw.
Athletics, I think. Let's roll. Let's re-roll that.
Okay.
That's all I got.
That it's a
Okay,
success.
that's all you needed.
So you throw it, you hit him. Oh wait. There's a multi-action, so that should actually be with a -2.
Oh, yeah, that's a fail then.
Okay. And because the second action is dependent on that, when you forfeit the second action, so you throw the grapple, and you hear it clang on the metal as you were trying to like to get an angle on these guys, and it just gets caught up on like the banister. All right, and these two look at each other, nod, turn around, and open fire. So, what are you doing, Megan? No, you don't get a chance to react because you don't have any way of knowing. You don't have any way of knowing that it broke. So,
I mean, I feel like X throwing something's kind of obvious, but
well, this is all happening at the same time, right? So, because we did these agility rolls, essentially, it's like Tal at the speed of thought lets X know this is happening, so X gets a chance to do it as it's happening. And he just happened to work a little bit faster. So if anything, X throwing that distracted you because you hear this clang to your left. But we're not going to do that. Hello?
yeah.
All right. So now this has officially become combat. All right. So they're gonna get a chance to go before this starts because we did the last roll with it. So they will roll, but he will not get the Joker bonus on this one. But they are gonna get their chance to do this. So I'm gonna roll Papow. And Papow. And Papow. Really? Okay. So one of them, their shots rain out, and we'll say the second one is closest to you, Felix. And as you see them spin with the guns, you're able to mitigate against that before he can get his shot off. But the one that's a little bit further away, he opens fire into everybody that is behind on this.
Okay.
Um,
I'm just trying to figure out who's targeted.
Who's targeted?
Yeah.
Everybody that's behind him. So you
Okay, so
and
it's
any
like
of the frontline people that are standing there.
All right, but bear in mind, due to dodge at -2 to ranged attacks on me, so no, it ain't.
If you're in melee range of them, they have to go against your parry. Not sure. That's 4.
Oh, yeah, the parry would be better than that anyway, so that's not an issue. So, so if that's the case, then your poor people that are behind you might still get rained out on.
It's okay. I just have to react quick enough to punch this motherfucker. Oh wait, I'm last in line.
2d8 plus. Add 1 to this. Add 1 to this.
Somebody's dead.
And add 1 to this.
There's some dead people.
All right, so because you guys are in this tight hallway here, he spins and just starts opening. So you're starting to see some of your settlement people getting hit with this, and these shots are just raining out loud, and they're echoing through this entire hallway that you're in. And your group of NPCs gets to go next. What do you want them to do? They could just like return fire and start shooting if you want, or
Yeah, I was gonna say shoot him. Does everyone agree? Is there anything else better we can think of? Or just shoot these fuckers?
Team leader says shoot. They
Yep.
shooting.
Why is everyone? No. Not this.
All right, so they are gonna shoot, but they have the Benny, so hey. All right, and we'll do it with the -2 penalty for actually doing the full rate of fire. Alright, so they get 2 damages off. Add a 1 to this. Plus this. So that's an 11. And then add a 1 to this. Plus this. That's a 9. So I'm pretty sure 6. One of them dies. I will say the first one dies, and the second one is shaken. Lucky for you guys, Goon 1 is the one with the Joker, so he does not get to use his Joker. Alright, Tal. One dude still standing.
This would be a good time to test out his see limitations here. Let's see, is there any I can target him. Yes. Nope, there we go. Alright.
That's your group that you're
number-
targeting, for the record. It doesn't matter either way, you're good.
Oh.
Village and origin story.
That's fine.
You said, okay.
It's Goon 2 is at the very bottom of the list.
It's not listed for us.
He's not listed, yeah.
We
Oh,
got NPCs, and that's it.
there you go. He's at the bottom of the list now.
Oh my god, you actually called them goons. I love it.
And for your record, Goon 1 had a Joker. And
Now he
because I
don't.
did it in the order, Goon 1 is the one that died, so he doesn't get to use his Joker.
Okay, so that's hit with a raise. So, yep, we'll start with that. I did not do the extra? Oh, maybe because I changed targets?
Yeah, probably. So just go and roll a d6. All right. High or low?
Low.
Yeah, so your bolt rips through and hits the guy and just carves out just a section of his torso is just missing as he hits the ground and falls over. At this point, I think it's probably pretty safe to say that your stealth approach has been foiled.
I'm sure. Cover's
I mean,
blown.
you can go in there with the assumption that it isn't. That's up to you.
Yeah. Also, those really high damage rolls towards our friends. Do we have dead friends?
Oh, yeah. You guys definitely have some people in the hallway that are not going to make it up the stairs.
Okay.
So what are you guys going to do? This would be the last phase of your dramatic task. You guys already have enough successes to complete it successfully, so you can get inside there, right? Unless somehow each of you rolls a crit fail during this last one, which would then take you under and you would fail it. Well, you wouldn't fail, but you wouldn't completely succeed. in what you're doing.
So can't we all just technically pass and have this be fine?
Yeah.
That'd be too
Ye-
meta for
Yeah.
me. So I'm gonna have Tal do a healing check to see if the injured are dead, or if they have a chance at surviving.
Sure. They're
Oh, it's a
like,
multi-action on. So sorry, that should have been just a solid 8.
yeah, okay. So with the raise, they're dying, and you could save them, but you also know it takes about 10 minutes for you to get a heal spell. Oh no, proper heal is 10 minutes, right? Or is
Proper
it?
heal.
Right. Proper heal is 10 minutes.
So healing spell is instant.
Instant.
If you wanted to expend some of the your power, you could effectively bring them back. One of them's gone.
Okay.
That 27, that dude's dead.
Yeah.
But the other one you could foreseeably resuscitate if you wanted to spend the energy to do so. But also, you are aware of the fact that this was a very loud encounter.
There's no other flights above this, is there?
There's the landing that the bodies are on, and then there's another flight of stairs where the door is into the lobby of the penthouse.
Okay. Well, I know what I'm doing for my turn.
Go ahead and say whatever you want to say you're doing. I'll say this is the last one of not being in turn order.
Okay. X is gonna go up, pull out one of his shurikens, and see if he can still connect with it with his essence up there, or if just all essence is shut off.
What are you doing to test to see if it works?
The same way like we can pull our essence into our hands and just play with it. He's gonna see if he can like kind of like swish the essence back and forth in his item, see if it's like there while he's in the no cast area.
Sure. Give me a weird science roll. As you're swishing it back and forth, you can still see the energy crackling off of it.
Well, as soon as I run up the stairs, my link is off between me and Talo, right?
Oh yeah, as soon as you get onto that landing, it cuts off.
Okay. Alright, that was my turn for dramatic task.
Okay. Felix, what are you doing?
Athletics to make it up the stairs as fast as possible so I can just get in there and start swinging.
Boo, go ahead.
Don't you boo me. That's what Felix would do.
Boo. That's
What
the
do you
most
want him to do?
That's the
Attempt
most
to
lame thing
persuade
Felix
them?
could do. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Figure something like that out.
No. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We in there.
Okay. So go ahead and tell me how this is going down then. So, Felix, you're running up to the stairs. Are you just gonna burst through that fucking door?
Yep, because they're gonna burst through the door if he doesn't. There's no way they didn't hear that. They're definitely about to come. So we need to get out of the bottleneck scenario so we can spread out.
Okay.
Be more effective, because you can't exactly, stand behind somebody else and fire a gun without hurting each other.
No, doesn't really work that way.
So, escape the bottleneck.
Okay.
So we gotta burst through that door and push forward.
All right. And just so we're absolutely clear on this, what is going to be your guys' formation on how you're entering in here? Felix is charging first, I'm assuming.
Captain Dipshit, here we go.
Tal's hanging back to heal the injured ones.
Okay.
Felix first. Infiltration squad second. Then X, then Tal, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Would you like me to change that athletics to pulling my essence into my fists for a smite? I don't know.
No, I'm good with what you said.
Okay.
You little cop-out answer. I'm good with that.
Listen, I couldn't think of anything. I'm terrible under pressure. How have you not figured this out?
I don't know, I thought you did really well. All right. So let's go ahead and
Punch pitch.
add that to the combat tracker.
Ah, yes, nothing.
I had
No.
an automatic success, so I guess I didn't really need to roll the weird science.
To see the degree of success you do, yeah. All right. All right.
Blood. That is all.
That is all.
Is that the lobby? Is that what we're seeing?
The lobby is what you are seeing.
Okay.
You are coming up the stairs. Felix, you are here.
Sure am.
And as you go up the stairs, you see that there is somebody that is propped up behind a broken desk with a gun aiming at the stairwell. And for all fairness sake, we will do turn order for this.
Of course. Of course I'm not first. Why would I be first? We don't do that.
And I'm going to take like a 2-minute break and go pee because I really have to pee. So,
I'm down for
Yeah.
that.
Okay, but you better scritch Mars's head for me because she's being cute.
will do.
Yeah, might as well follow suit.
I peed just before stream started, so I'm just gonna sit here and eat some cheez for all you lovely viewers. I hope you enjoy some white cheddar. You know, Heathcliff, I know you were mentioning to Cliff about Tuesday campaign, but it's not like we don't have an open slot for the Wednesday campaign. Dun dun dun. Mhm. Yeah, sure, if you ask Cliff, he'd be happy about it. Oh, so now everybody's peeing and I'm just here eating Cheez-Its by myself. It's okay. I'm not.
We rearranging and feng shuiing and shit.
Like, that's so. I still prefer the way Christina did it. I'm just like slowly inserting her leg into the room with it.
It's that stealth roll.
Hey Cliff, Heathcliff would be down to join.
Who to what?
I was mentioning to Heathcliff that it's not like we're not down a person on the Wednesday campaign. He said that he'd be happy to join any campaign, so it's not like you can't see about him joining us.
I like it. We will see. We got the
Talk about it
time
afterwards.
skip and whatnot. Yeah. So, okay. We all good? We all here? We all present?
Heathcliff said bathroom break. Is he back?
Well, if we're waiting on
Accommodate.
Heathcliff, hold on. Let me take a bite out of my taco then.
Accommodate for our viewers. We do that here.
I mean, we got a nice niche viewership that we can definitely accommodate.
Guys I'm doing commissions for, I did post him the link and he seemed pretty excited. I don't know if he's lurking or maybe.
I have all my stats turned off, so I have no idea. But
I mean, it's showing
Hi.
6 viewers at the moment. So that's definitely us 3, Heathcliff. I know Allie had hopped in at one point. I don't know if she's still watching.
I don't know. Maybe.
I dropped a Cheez-It. It went down my shirt. Don't make that face at me.
I need a reenactment. I missed it.
We need to clip
I got
that Heathcliff. You better be back.
All right. So, Tal, you are first.
Yep, we're gonna. How many people are injured, not dead?
1.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get them up on their feet. So 2 wounds.
They ain't got that many, so you're good.
Cool. And I think everyone else, as far as these 2, have already run ahead of him. So yeah, he's just helping them up, and he's pretty much done.
Okay. X.
Fuck. Maybe.
Okay.
So X is like, he ran up the stairs where, right before the door. So on the other side of the wall, X like has his back against the wall, and he I'm assuming would see this one guy there, and peek him real quick.
I'm gonna say that this card is not gonna be able to take effect right now. In the story, there's. Go ahead with your idea. I guess I'll hear it out.
Okay.
Didn't say no.
Because there's only one dude that's there, and Felix just burst through the fucking door. So.
Right, like. So X would be like, he would peek, see this one guy, put his back against the wall, and say, "We have an army. It's gonna get messy. You can get out of this alive. Just give us some info and walk away."
I'm dead either way.
We cleared a path. Just leave the building.
And go where? Do what?
Do you want to stay here?
Sorry.
Fuck.
Felix, step aside real quick. We aren't monsters.
Sidestep.
He like looks back over his shoulder at the door. Fuck! He like gets up and he like scurries out the door into the stairwell with the army of everybody.
As he's walking past, X puts his hand on his shoulder. There's something stopping the magic. Is that this floor?
Yes.
What is it? Where is it?
I don't have a whole lot of details. It's not something that we're allowed near, but I know that it's in one of the back bedrooms.
All we need to know. Just walk out.
He's like looking at like all the people who have guns and shit in the stairwell.
Drop your gun. Go all the way to the bottom floor.
He like holds the gun out by the barrel, like hands it to you,
X will take it and just hold on to it.
and then he starts kind of fast paced walking his way down the.
And the walkie.
He stops, unclips it, throws it at you.
X will like look at Tal. This floor, back bedroom.
He nods.
Looks back at Felix, slaps him on the ass. Get in there. And that wasn't really my turn, was it?
No, that wasn't.
Okay.
I'll say right now, if you want, we can pause. As
Combat hasn't really started yet.
in this immediate room, there's no other threats.
Okay, then yeah, Exel, same plan. As soon as the group goes in, Exel going after them.
So what are you doing, Felix?
Cyrus get loose and pulls his smite into his hands to prepare to fight. Let's make it interesting. Let's make them heavy weapons. Now I see that says modifier +2. Does that mean that I use 2 more power points, or does that mean that it does 2 more damage? I don't understand.
I think it's
2 more damage is what it sounds like, but
Heavy weapon, parenthesis, +2. The power counts as a heavy weapon.
I think it's 2 more power points to add
Yeah,
that
that's power
modifier.
points.
The only difference is now your hands count as a heavy weapon.
Yeah,
So-
anything in the parentheses is going to be how much.
okay, yeah,
extra.
that's how many power points extra it is.
Okay,
I think
so
heavy
this-
weapons can like break
Pierce armor.
structures and stuff too.
No.
No,
Right.
so heavy weapons are specifically for like structure. Yeah.
Right,
Punching
so
the
we're heavy
door.
weaponing in my hands, and then we're just gonna like punch down the goddamn door. Let's go! It's
Like,
clobbering time.
They're holding a choke point. Shit, let's make our own.
Yeah.
All right. So Felix, give me a notice roll. Okay. You see a
Not
big
sure
empty
how fog
room.
outside affects me in building. Just saying. I know. I'm just being fresh. Don't you worry.
You see like the empty lobby that you've been in once before, except for now like there's like blood stains near the elevator, and you can see that there's been, it looks like there was a scuffle here at some point, that something happened, because the furniture and whatnot that was all nice in this lobby has now been wrecked. That's it. That's what you see. And then obviously there's a elevator to your left, a door behind you, and then there's a door across the way that you went into before to get into the apartment.
Yeah, so I'm gonna I guess since from what Heathcliff said in the chat, I don't really want it to be a heavy weapon. I'm gonna turn it into hurry to make myself faster. So we're still gonna be using an additional power point as I pull my smite. Hopefully. I said I pull my smite. Thank you.
With a raise.
With a motherfucking raise. So, yeah. So there's +4 to damage from my fist because that was with a raise. My pace is +2 because I hurried myself. I get that additional benefit from that card of rolling d6 on the Goonies.
Well, you don't worry about that unless you actually roll damage, but you'd roll a +2 with that card, yeah.
I'm just mentally figuring out.
You should have if you scroll
all.
all the way down on that power, you should have a modifier that you can apply to yourself, which will do all that math for you. Minus the +2 for the goons that you don't get to. If you applied that, it would do it for everybody. So.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really. When I scroll all the way down, it's just the damage +4 one. It doesn't have anything I can click on for.
That should be it. The damage +4 one.
Yeah, I know. What I meant was like for the pace increase.
Well, no, that you just calculate yourself.
Yeah.
You just applied it to X.
I just
Hell yeah!
It's not for X.
Oh, here, let me get rid of that, and let me do this for you real quick. There you go.
Charges up his fist and X's sword turns on fire.
I mean, technically, Felix could do that for you.
Everybody. That's not really fair to do it that way. Who has the best stealth roll? Who has the best stealth roll?
I'll have you take a guess.
All right,
Definitely
Felix, roll me a
Felix.
stealth roll.
I got it, I guess.
Oh, I'm gonna guess that you have more than a D6.
Okay.
Guy.
And let's see this. Okay. So for all intensive purposes, while you're in this room, we are not going to say you're in combat order. It's not a turn. You let me know what you're doing here. Felix, if you're just walking up and punching the door, I mean, you could just go ahead and do that if you want to.
I mean, he's gonna verify with the others it's go time before he does something. He's gonna approach the door and look back at everyone else to be sure they're ready before he just does this.
Tal's going to walk up after he helps the person up that he healed. He's going to walk up to the landing beyond the point where the puppet broke, and he is going to try and pull energy into his hand, see if it's still working.
It is not.
Okay.
When you try thinking of like what you would normally think of to make that happen, you can't really think of it. Like the thought escapes you of like how you normally make this work.
He is going to take a couple steps forward, see if it's the same, and if it is, he's going to step back down the stairs.
Okay. As soon as you get off the landing, then you're able to do it.
Like
So-
if he walks forward, he's able to do it again, or when he goes back down.
No, when he goes back down. As soon as you hit that landing, so like the stairs go up, landing, stairs go up into the penthouse. As soon as you hit that landing, you just can't do anything.
Okay. Felix is at the door.
Yep.
He's waiting for to be signaled go ahead.
He is going to try. can he go enough down the stairs where he can cast again, but still have at least some sight on Felix?
Yeah. Well, Felix, not really. Felix is in already.
Okay.
I mean, maybe depending on what you're trying to do. I mean, you could probably say
could
like if you like
communicate
step
with him.
down halfway down and like leaned over, you might be able to see up enough to see like the top of Felix's head or something. But
Perfect.
sure.
He is going to attempt to cast deflection on Felix to see if he's not standing in it, if his spell can still persist through it to land on him.
Okay, go ahead and roll the spell.
All right. So let's first roll it.
And you feel the essence leave, and you don't feel it take hold.
Okay.
It does still count the points, though.
Yep, I know. And he says, "Well, X, are you still down there with him, or did you
X
push
is like
it?
on the landing, like ready
Right
to
at the door.
yeah, like SWAT style, ready to rotate into the door.
You see, like the essence that's usually in Tao's eyes, like faded, like when you've seen him start to lose power. So it's nothing more I can do to help at this time. Good luck to you both."
X
And
like
then he
pulled one of his shuriken and like sparks come off of it, even where he's standing. We got some.
You didn't use your powers last time you were here. I did. That seems to be the difference. And then he sits down on the landing and looks like he starts meditating.
I look back at Felix and like nod at him.
Felix nods back, does a tight smile at everyone in the room, and then in we go.
What are you doing?
Well, first we try to open the door. If it's locked, then we're going to break the door.
Okay. As you run up to the door, you don't see any door handles or anything like that.
And the door sure is opened. Oh, you mean like there isn't anything to grasp? I thought
Correct.
you meant it had been like broken off.
Mm-mm.
Out
So,
of turn order still, right?
you're not in turn order
Yes.
right now. Nope.
Okay.
I can
Then-
still attempt to Kool-Aid Man my way through.
Sure.
As Felix is right about to like as he nods to Felix, he's gonna do X is gonna do something himself. And let's try to activate his sword. With the quickness modifier.
While he's doing that, Felix, go ahead and give me a punch roll for the door.
Sure thing, chicken wing.
Oh, there's nothing for a raise on
Plus
this spell.
4.
You say +4
Oh, I know, it's plus 4 damage.
damage.
Excuse me.
So that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage with an extra die. And +4.
Could you change that to a 10, please?
No, I'm gonna change it to a 2. You guys see Felix cock back his fist, which is glowing and smoldering, and he punches this door, and you see this shockwave shoot out and knock plaster off of the wall, and the door looks unblemished.
Shakes off his hand and goes, huh.
With that, we are now in turn order.
It's one hell of a knock on the door, eh?
True.
So, X, it is your turn. You seen
Okay.
Felix punch the door. You see this happening. Are you peeking in the room still?
Yeah, kind of.
Give me
Yeah.
a notice roll. Wait, what do you mean kinda?
Yeah, he would be.
Okay.
There's not really a way you could kind of do things.
I mean, you could be using like your sword to like look at the reflection and not really peeking over. Like there's ways you could kind of do it, but depending on what you're kind of doing, you might lose points towards your notice. Okay. So as you're looking in the room, you see that to the left of the door there is like this computer screen. And as soon as Felix hits it, you notice that a light turns on. This teal light turns on that computer screen that's to the left of the door.
As he's peeking, he's like, Felix, computer, left.
And yeah, I'm going to acknowledge the computer when it gets to my turn. Are we in turn order? Yeah, we're in turn order. I can't do it. It's not my turn. It's NPC turn.
It's X turn.
Is it my turn? Okay. I guess we can move in already. Alright, yeah. X will just head over to the right of that blue thing. There's a door right to its left, and there's a door to the left of the broken down chair or table or whatever, right? You're muted.
You're still muted.
Nuh-uh. There's 3 doors in this room. The one that Felix is at, the one that you're standing at, and the one to the left, which is the elevator.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll move to here.
Okay.
And is there anything like on this?
On what?
On the screen or anything? Or is it just like a blue light?
The screen itself looks like a computer monitor when like the blank screensaver is on. Like the screen is black, but it's like it has the backlight to it, so you could tell that it's on. Mm-hmm. And then there is a teal light at the bottom that turned on when Felix knocked.
Is there any way to interact with this? Is there like a keyboard
or? You don't notice any kind of anything on it other than the fact that it has 2 little like grates to the left and the right, which you assume are speaker holes.
It. So this thing look like it? There's no like electronics at all.
I mean, it is an electrical device, but there are no
Yeah,
exposed any inputs or anything like that you can see.
Yeah, if there's no inputs or anything, then this can't open the penthouse from this side.
Give me an electronics roll. Okay. Good talk.
Yeah.
You do have 2 bennies if you want to re-roll that.
I mean, yeah, but if we're gonna fight.
I mean, you don't
I
know.
want to save those for the not dying thing.
You don't know. You might not fight.
Does it look like I can pick a lock or anything on this door, or is it just there's no door handle or anything? Nah.
Are there hinges visible?
It's not your turn.
X is just gonna
Bitch can't ask a
Fucking-
question.
Nope.
X is just gonna pry off this screen and start messing with the wires, I guess.
You gonna do that as your action?
hmm
Okay. Guess it's kind of cheeky at this point, but go ahead and give me another electronics roll. Actually, yeah, give me another electronics roll.
Like that one better.
As you touch the monitor, the screen changes, and you see that there is what appears to be a handprint scan that it's asking for.
Get one of the corpses.
I'm assuming that an NPC will drag that up.
Oh, I would assume so too.
I guess that's my turn.
Okay. I mean, did you still want to pry it open?
Let's wait for that.
Okay. Okay. They drag in the body. We'll say 3 for the flight of stairs. 1, 2, 3. They can make it like here with the body on their turn.
Close, but no dice.
No, if they'd have rolled with a raise, I'd have said they could have got there, but they just rolled success. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll with a -4, please.
Plus foggy dex.
Oh, -3 then, sorry.
It's too late.
Okay, well, you got a -2.
John, roll your dice!
Wow. That's actually a 7, because they should have had the -4. And hey, John's back just in time. Oh, he heard you and came back just to roll. Notice.
He didn't do the -3 though.
So take 3 off of that would be a 2. Okay. So as
Oh my
That
god.
cheeky ass smile. He's like, I got 6.
-3, so still a 1.
It's still with a -3. He tried. Aim for effort.
All right. So as they're dragging the bodies up, a couple of the people that are with you are like, "You guys hear that? It sounds like there's people walking on the other side of the wall."
Pretty sure they heard the bang.
I knocked so politely. Felix is gonna put his back against the wall so if the door swings open, he can just like go to turn right in without being in the direct line of fire.
Go prone. Gonna roll out and shoot. It's actually when you're prone, you like have. It's harder to shoot you.
Stop, drop, and roll.
All right. And so you start hearing, as they pointed out, you can start hearing like people moving around. And you hear like a high-pitched hum for a second, and then from the monitor you hear, "Oh, we have visitors. Hey, big guy, you look a lot better than you did last time I seen you."
Oh, thanks, babe.
Well, I'd give you a chance to surrender, but that'd be a waste of words. But in the meantime, enjoy that reinforced steel wall. And as he says that, you see the light on the monitor go out, and the black backlit of the monitor turns off completely. Felix.
Boy. Am I allowed to, like, add more modifier to my smite? Or do I just have to full re-roll?
Cast it again.
Depression. I guess we losing the speediness because we gotta get through this goddamn wall somehow. Would this be an armor piercing or a heavy weapon thing, Cliff? Just so I know what the hell I'm doing.
Heavy weapon.
Okay.
I was so happy when you said that the first time. I was like, God damn, right away they're gonna walk into it the right way. And then you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna do heavy weapons. I'm gonna do speed instead. And I was like,
You know, fuck me, I guess.
no, you were on the wavelength for like a half a second. You were like, yeah, no.
I'm still dumb as shit, though.
Hey man, go. You gotta go with those gut instincts.
Yeah, trust yourself, not chat.
Yeah, Heathcliff. It's all your fault.
Damn, Heathcliff.
It's all your fault. What the shit, my guy? I'm not using the last one. So now I just have no smite.
It doesn't end your old one unless you specifically
Okay.
state that you are. So you still have your smite, you just don't have whatever new ones you were
smite.
trying to do. Yeah.
Okay.
But that is your action for the turn.
Yep.
Any movement or anything else you want to do? You still have your dialogue movement.
Mm-hmm. No.
Okay.
Well, I can't think of anything. I'm sorry, I tried.
You've seen it.
You've seen it. I sat there and I did the face. There were gears turning
I smelled it.
all the way from here.
Hey, Felix, it's your turn again.
Well, now, without using a Benny, we're gonna try the fucking smite. I can't do much, but I can do this.
Make sure
I
you
like that.
subtract your points from your last attempt, too.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
So this will bring me down to 1. This better work. Yes.
Hey.
Apparently screaming helps. Noted. Okay, so now it's a heavy weapon.
Now it's only +2 though.
Yeah. Oh well. And swing meta?
You didn't say multi-action.
Well, shit.
So no swing bata, unfortunately.
Yeah. Should you remove the damage +4? Or...
I can if you need me to, yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's got to be a +2 now, not a +4.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and change it.
Okay.
Okay, Tal.
And I guess reset it to being 5 rounds?
I did.
Okay.
Tal's just meditating.
Okay. What's the group of people doing? They're carrying this body.
Let's drop it. They turned off the machine.
Aww.
Get ready to open fire when the door opens. Take aim.
Okay. Then they all like kind of get in positions and fan out, and they're like all aiming at Felix's back.
Perfect.
We all know that bullets don't hurt me anyways. They can just fire through me. It's fine.
Job done, guys. Let's go.
X.
Now we.
No, X.
Yeah.
That walkie-talkie that you were thrown, you hear chirp to life, and you hear a voice say, "We need everyone back at the base. We got a situation here. Anybody you see that isn't one of us, open fire immediately." Alright, X, now it's your turn. God, really? I'm just gonna maybe go through everybody. Can you see that? No, you guys can't see that. Okay, that's fine.
I'm assuming most people in this room heard that.
Everybody in this room heard it. The walkie-talkie is not necessarily discreet. And Tal might not have heard it.
Tal had a different walkie-talkie, though.
Oh yeah, Tal still does have it, so he would have heard it too.
Okay, good. Alright, well now let's fucking pry this thing off and see if we can work something.
Okay. Give me like
Electronics.
Yeah, so you're gonna try to pry it off, and then you're gonna try to do what to it?
See if there's any way to open the door. I know it's like a hand scan, so there must be like a activated door open.
Okay, so I'm gonna say for this, if you're gonna try to do both, it's gonna be a multi-action. I'll say the first one is repair to pry it off, and then the second one would be electronics to actually fiddle with the wires and try to figure out like how to hot wire this scanner.
Yep.
That make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Yo, I suck.
So, obviously prying off a screen is not a skill that like, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it, right? So what I'll say is that you could pry it off, but you're not gonna be able to take that second action until your next turn.
Okay.
So you're able to still pry the monitor piece off and break it open and expose the wires and shit from the inside. You just don't have the chance to be able to do what you were trying to do this turn.
I will say the spell that I have right now allows me to ignore multi-actions, if that makes a difference.
You still rolled a 2.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's a multi-action, but that would be like a single action for me.
Well,
So
right.
I
You
don't know.
don't get you wouldn't have to roll with the penalties, is what it's saying.
I know, but I don't know if it made a difference or not.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Tal, you heard the radio chirp off saying, "Everybody get back here."
For the record, when Tal was asking about, a way to break communications, I was hoping that somebody would say, "Hey, if you just hold down the talk button, none of these fucking radios work." But nobody said that. So Tal doesn't know, so nothing he can do.
I'm not sure that would work with an actual ham radio set. Because I think
Yeah,
there's
you have
cross
to press
chatter,
the button.
but there's cross chatter though.
You have to put it on a different frequency, I think.
Right. You have to change the frequency in order for that to work.
I think that's
So-
only closed circuit. I'm pretty sure a military grade radio is not broken by. Is it
I
really?
mean- Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not.
I was looking for Sin's input on this, but
Yeah, that's why I said like you have to change frequency.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Military grade doesn't mean better.
It means more expensive.
No, it means whoever bid that they would do it for the lowest price was the one who made it.
So yeah, Tal is just going to, like, he's meditating, he looks at the radio, and then he just kind of scoots over a few to the left so that he's seeing the stairs leading up to him. And yeah, he's just gonna still sit there and he waits, and if anybody starts coming up, he's gonna use what's left of his powers to try and buy them time.
Okay.
It sure is a shame that, like, Megan's not smart enough to realize that you could just press down the button.
I used walkie-talkies like once in my life. That was the knowledge I had, but not readily available.
I didn't even think of that because I was thinking that like an actual ham radio set. There's cross chatter because you can have multiple people talking at once and they'll actually say kill the cross chatter. Like, how can that happen if when we're holding the button down it disables it?
Oh, it's like you're thinking like the same type of radios that like truckers have and stuff like that, right?
No, it's a ham radio. This is like, I don't know what the fuck ham stands for, but it's a singular unit. Like it is the broadcasting unit in itself, and then all the walkies tie their frequency into that singular unit.
Yeah, but if anybody's talking, it like kind of stops communication from everyone else.
I didn't even think of that. Like I said, that's not. I was thinking that with the ham unit, it would not do that. I don't have military experience. I have world building experience. So that's my. Like, I didn't even think of that. So
No, that's fine. But yeah, like Tal doesn't have anything else but to be ready in case someone starts coming up the stairs.
okay. So do you want to say you're gonna do like a aim action or
Yeah.
a dodge or something like that? You want to have more defense or more like
We'll
offense?
start off with offense, and then we'll see how long he lasts
Okay.
before we switch cheese.
Okay. X. What is going on?
I'm still doing what I'm doing. Just ignore me.
I'm moving, leave me alone!
Mind your business.
Okay. I'm still here.
Did you just block the door?
No.
Oh. I thought you just barricaded yourself in. I was about to say, what are you doing?
It didn't
my
work.
Okay. Now I'm doing the electronic roll.
Okay.
What if you missed it? As soon as you asked about him barricade, the kid just kicks open the door.
That door's locked, by
Maybe
the way.
he should barricade the fucking door.
Listen, me and him are on the same frequency. That's all. All right. Okay. So since how you did it with a raise, I will say that immediately this round, as you are looking through the innards of it, you recognize like the component pattern that's being used, and you snip some of the wires and touch them together. And as soon as you touch them together, this door slides open. Unfortunately, as soon as the door slides open, Yeah, I have 2 soldiers that are there waiting for this door to open. And they are aiming.
We're so good at this.
All right, so let me see what I need to roll here. I need to roll a D8 and okay. Okay. So, Felix is in between all of your people aiming the guns at his back and these people aiming the gun at the front.
Open fire. He'll get out of the way, I'm sure.
Oh, fuck. Give me 1 second. I gotta figure out who these people are.
Yeah. Do math on how many bullets are coming.
Okay. The door shoots open, Felix, and you see 2 people propped up behind furniture with their gun, basically like, I wouldn't say bipoded, but rested on the furniture. And they are aiming right at the door. So, motherfucker. 1, 2. So that's a hit.
Is that
Oh wait, you got what? You got dodge?
yeah, dodge, so it's -2, so that's a 5, so still
So still a
technically
hit,
ahead on
okay.
that one.
So that's a
I'm
hit.
just making sure we count them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Add 1 to this.
Oh,
I don't want to.
14. So if we do 14 for Felix, that is a wound. Do you wish to soak it?
No.
Okay. Second shot or third shot for this guy. Okay. And then the other guy. Wow. That's a hit
No, it
with a
ain't.
raise,
You're forgetting my -2 again.
right? Which is still a raise.
Oh, I thought that one was a damage roll.
No. This
Because I
is
saw the 4, and then I saw, like, it bounce multiple die, and I was like, oh, he's rolling damage. But yeah, sure.
add 1 to this. 7 plus 2 is 9. I'm gonna re-roll that damage.
You also don't have me wounded right now.
So 15 and 5 is a 20.
And that one we will soak.
Okay.
Why does it say I'm unharmed?
This ain't shit.
It says unharmed because I dragged the 5. But you still want to roll it. It's still on your pending if you look at it.
Yes. And I just... How?
And you soaked it. You soaked the whole thing.
Nice.
So because of that, I'm going to be a dick. I'm going to re-roll one of those. Hey, it's still a hit. Okay. Add 1 to that is a 6. Nothing. Okay. Okay. So, oh wait, no, you would still be shaken. Okay. Yep, we're good. So you have 1 wound and you are shaken.
even after I soaked those?
Yeah,
I
it
think
was
you soaked it.
it was
Does
two
the soak
wounds that you were
already shake?
pending, but you still had that first wound from the first shot.
Right.
Oh, right. So I was still technically shaken from the first shot, so that doesn't get rid
Exactly, you
of
got
the
it.
previous
Right.
shaken. Got it.
Mhm.
Yep, you got it.
But it says
Um,
if you remove all wounds, it also removes shaken.
But you didn't remove all wounds.
Oh.
Because he still had the one wound that he was shaken from initially. And then soaked the 2 wounds that he was gonna get. Just because he's a fucking beast. Alright. And on that note, Felix, you are no longer shaken.
That's great. So all I can see is these two guys right here?
Until you step in the doorway, that is correct.
Okay. Well, it's good thing that that's just one square right there. That's not a difficult space to manage to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
With his fists that switched from, like, you know, the normal fire that goes around them when he has smite to, like, being fucking, like, white hot as he was preparing to swing back and hit this thing with the with the heavy weapon. Well, now they're just gonna go for faces.
Okay.
Heavy weapons to the face.
I hope your head's enforced with steel, my friend. So, can I like step to one punch and then step to the other punch?
Sure.
Because two fists? Okay. Just wanted to be sure, so like, you know.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to
Strength
give me
one.
an agility roll, please.
Okay.
Trigger this trap card.
So there is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nobody's fast.
Nope. And I think on these type of rolls, defender wins. So because you are defender, you win.
Nice.
So yeah, so you get to do what you want to do. So I will say this. So as you step in,
You see the others.
um 8, 3, 2. You see that there are 4 other people that are aiming at you as you step in the door.
Oh boy. So yeah, numero uno. So bare hands to hit the face. How rude. Well, I guess we're just gonna swing the second fist at him now.
Okay. That's a hit.
Okay. So it gets the +2 to the damage because smite, which should auto calc. And do you want me to just throw a d6 afterwards for the I really hate these guys?
Or you could roll the d6 now and just add that to your modifier.
You know,
There you go. So do +4, +2. So you would do a +6, and then your smite would automatically calculate. So pretty much no matter what you do to this dude, he's probably gonna die. Yeah, and I'm not wasting a Benny on him, so yeah. You hit
nice
him once and he
sizzling
just
sound on impact.
Oh yeah, you got that heavy weapon on it too. So
Yeah, heavy weapon and fire, like sizzling.
Instantly well done.
yeah.
Instantly well done, face caved in with one hit.
Yeah, it sounds like from you inside of that room, it sounds like someone just hit a cast iron pan against like a rock. Tal, you even hear it echoing down the stairwell. You just hear like a cling.
Yep, that's Mr. Felix.
And I'm assuming I have the ability to verbalize.
Sure.
Great.
5 more in here.
And as you're saying that,
More around
Megan,
the corner.
Megan, I'm so sorry. So I'm trying to think of how this would work. So mechanically speaking, you go before they do because you won the agility roll, right? Technically speaking, you only used 1 movement to get here. Which means that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the grand scheme of things, but from a strictly game perspective, you could have just ran in there and went bonk and then ran the fuck out.
Yeah. You're dead.
So, what I will say though, for what makes sense realistically, is these guys are going to open fire on you right now.
Uh-huh.
And if you're still alive when it's done, you could take the rest of your movement to get out of that room if you want to. Because in the 6 seconds that you ran in there to throw that punch, these dudes are shooting. So I don't think you're fast enough to run in, knock the dude's lights out, and then run back out before they get a single bullet off.
Speedy Gonzalez over here.
But with that being said, you're getting shot at by 4 people at once, which is 12 rolls that I'm going to do.
Yeah, you know, Heathcliff, I sure hope you like Felix enough to help me.
So, 1, 2, you might not need the help. 3, so that's 1 hit. Add 1 to this. 7's not enough. 1, that's a hit. Add 1 to this. 10 is enough to leave you shaken. 2, that's a hit. Add 1 to this. 12, that is a wound. And you have no bennies, right?
I have no bennies.
Okay. Alright. 3. It's a hit. Add 1 to it.
These fucking 7s. Literally
1.
4 in a row.
2. There's another one. Add 1 to this. 13. It's a wound. 3.
Be hanging on by
1.
the skin of my teeth.
That doesn't count. 2. 3. And everybody now has 1 Benny extra.
Hey,
Doop.
Can I use that for soakage?
If you get hit again, you can, yeah. And 1. 2. Ooh. That is a hit with a raise. Add 1 to this. 16 and 9. The 25. That is 3 wounds, which would incapacitate you. Do you want to soak that?
no.
All right. You soaked it.
They try to Swiss cheese him, they're just hitting the weird lumps and there's eggs pouring out of him.
Hold on. I thought you could only ignore 2 wounds at a time.
Yes, I have wounds. 3 wounds. 2 are ignored.
Well, no, that 25 damage would have been 3 wounds in itself.
Yes, but that doesn't
So you can only soak.
apply before I roll the soak. That's not how we've done it before.
You can soak as many as you want. Okay, that's what I was asking. I thought the soak
I
roll
think
had the
you're-
2 as well. I'm thinking
I
of
think
healing.
you're thinking of healing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and then last one is a hit. Add 1 to this. 9, not enough. Do you want to take the rest of your movement, Felix?
I think it's wise if I just stay here.
You can do anything you want. I'm just giving you the option.
Yeah, I'm assuming I have to like knee.
Huh? You still have 5 movement, right? So you can move as far out as you want with that.
Well, I'm not
So-
moving straight back is the thing, so like.
Okay, then you have 4 movement, so you still have 2 more you could move.
Yeah.
But realistically, diagonals count as a valid movement, and it's only 1. So that's why I was saying you would have 5 total you could do.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go here.
Okay. So you run in, you bust this dude's face, and then you see all these other guns aiming at you, and they start opening up fire as you're running around, and your back is just getting peppered by bullets. And by the time you run through the door and kind of get to that corner area, X, you see this pool, this trail of blood following behind Felix, and you could see Felix's shirt all shot the fuck up, and his back just bleeding. And then, obviously you guys just heard the fucking hail of gunfire that just went off.
And I did yell there was 5 more just before I nearly died.
And
I think it's funny they're experienced soldier allies.
yeah, I just didn't feel like renaming them. And in a weird change of fate, the fog has lifted. And now it is extremely clear skies, so there's a +1 to notice.
The negative one to notice helped X so much.
So the wave of grunts that you have with you, we have established are mostly like Chase and Kurish. I'm gonna say you have people that are skilled with healing, but you probably don't have too many people that can cast healing. So they could try to patch Felix up, but because of
Like 10 minutes.
yeah, I'll try to do a heal. I'll assume that someone has healing that they can do.
They're able to cast here?
Oh yeah, no, they're not. So they run over to attempt to heal, and they're like,
Nothing happens.
so if we pull them out into the stairwell, we might have enough time to be able to patch some of this up.
He's got that goddamn whiskey dick. Yeah.
Tal.
Cliff, I would also probably say that some of our NPC companions, 2 of them would have picked up the guns left by the...
Oh yeah. I assume that as well.
Okay.
They do anything with the aim?
It hasn't been their turn to do it yet.
I thought they just walked over to... Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying there. Oh, no. Yeah. So actually, let me do that then. Sorry to backtrack that. So that's a good point. So let me just do this real quick. We'll do... What is their shooting? We said D6 for everything. So we'll just do this and see what the average is. Wow.
God.
So yeah, so I would say they open fire into that area and they provide suppression, but they don't really do a whole lot with that. That's terrible. Just because
Dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
I just want to see. Okay.
Okay.
No one
Start
crit failed
shooting
though.
each other.
All right, Tal, you're gonna notice.
See if I notice. If I'm able to see Felix, is he look the boy is looking hurt?
You can't see that far in now.
Okay.
Cause that'd be like
Uh,
24 feet into the room, and you're still down on the landing below. But with that roll, you do hear the sounds of footsteps approaching from the floor that you guys just came from.
okay.
Boy, I hope our friends in the rest of the building are okay.
He is going to position himself. He stands up and he's on the landing right as you kind of have to go around to go up the other set of stairs, and kind of using that as half cover to just kind of barely get his left hand where he can point it towards the door. So for whoever comes through first, if they're not friendly, he's gonna fire with what he has left.
Just remember, if you're on that landing, you can't cast.
Well, not the top landing, the one just below that.
No, that's the one I'm saying. That's the cutoff point. So there's the door to come out of the floor that you guys were on, a staircase that goes up and a landing, another staircase that goes up into the penthouse.
Right.
That landing is where the cutoff was.
Okay.
That's where your like mind link cut off. That's where the puppet cut off. Everything was right there. So you would have been sitting down just underneath that to avoid it when you're meditating.
Okay.
But if you get on that landing to try to get cover on the stairs, you would feel that haze creep back in on you.
Okay. Then instead, he is going to look out of the door, not open it wide or anything, and see if he sees who's coming.
Sure. With the same roll, you don't know total numbers, but you can see 2 people coming.
Okay. Not friendlies, right?
They don't look particularly friendly. Even just their general demeanor doesn't even look friendly. Let alone people you know.
Let's see what happens here. Fire 1. Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage.
I don't think I have anybody to target for this.
Yeah, just roll damage, it's fine. Toughness is 6.
Plus another.
Yeah, he dead.
And then second.
Raises.
Not quite a raise, but still a hit.
Damn it. That's going to put me down 1. Alright, and then.
You have 5 bennies, my dude. The second one is a kill shot as well.
Alright. Then he just kind of pulls the door back to a crack and just keeps peeking out.
All right. Felix.
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the me who was just informed by other person trying to heal me that we have to go back down to the landing if I want to be healed.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're going.
Okay. You can't quite make it to that area in one move unless you roll pace.
And I will.
Okay, you'd have to do a 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. You'd have to get an 8 or higher to be able to make it to where you can be healed this round. So you can make it out onto the stairs. With a 6, you can make it onto the landing. And it would be 2 to get off of that landing.
I accept this.
The hurry would have got you 8.
Trust me, I had that same thought. I was like, well.
All right.
I'm good to go late, by the way, if you guys want to.
X, give me a notice roll. X, give me an agility roll. You hear a tink sound, followed by another tink, and you see this silver canister bounce onto the floor from the doorway and rolls right next to the group of people that you have with the guns. And you see a bright flare of lights. You manage to turn away in time as you hear everybody else in the room scream out in pain. And then you start hearing as this thing starts shooting out smoke. And you know what?
Well, there goes our clear sky.
That's where we're going to end it at for the night. Because there's no way in hell that we're going to be able to get through this combat in an hour or so. So we'll have to go one more.
Do I get to continue using my card? Because this combat is still...
You do, yeah. It will still persist through.
Fuck, I don't get to use mine.
But I also wanted to stop with enough time to open up the giveaway. So everybody that's still here, thanks for hanging out, for us coming back on the new night. As I said before, we hit our goal for stream loots for April. So that is going to open up the giveaway for a t-shirt from the new t-shirt shop that has a bunch of cool stuff on it. So start the giveaway. If you're interested, do !gimme, GIMME, just like the old days. And while I wait for this timer to count down, I can actually do this, right? Is this the right thing? Yes, this is the right thing. Pay no mind to this. Why would it look like that? That is very weird that it would do that.
Because clearly they still need to see my titties.
I mean, importance, right? Things are important. They get it.
Well, I mean, they're seeing an example of the shirt on John, and then just as an added bonus, titties.
No one is looking at John, I assure you.
Right, exactly. Like, why are we even pretending?
Did that work? Try now. It did not work. Cool.
Give me a fucking t-shirt, he says.
All right, well, this is being all kinds of not cooperative.
Take a screenshot, just hold up the picture.
There's a way you can do this where you can actually.
But just because it's not working right now.
Unacceptable. You know what? I'm doing this. I'm doing it the not smart way. Let's do it this way.
Do it the smart way.
This is the smart way. All right, so this is the new shop. So we have the Quest and Cliffhangers logo shirt. We have the cool frame shirt, which I really, really like this design. All artwork by Sin, and it's all fucking amazing. This is the new one that I actually ordered for myself just because I really dig this. It's an all over Las Vegas logo shirt. This will be the first all over design shirt that I've done. I think that's cool and funky. My ItsCliffGaming logo shirt. One of each of the characters, which again, all the artwork by Sin, which is great. And then some of the new shit we have is stickers too. So you can get the cute face stickers.
Stickers make me so happy.
The Las Vegas logo, ItsCliffGaming logo, and a Rainbow D20 sticker using the Quest and Cliffhanger palette rainbow that I have. In case anybody didn't know, the actual rainbow that I use is a custom palette rainbow. Like, I came up with the color scheme on this. It's 18 different colors that I specifically picked because they match with the design that I was going for. So it's like a fully balanced color set, which is the same in like the Quest of Cliffhanger logo, in my logo, in the die, even in the Lost of Las Vegas. It's all that custom one. Because I'm extra. So anybody who wins this, you can choose from any of these. Any one item. Actually, you could choose from one shirt or 4 stickers.
All the stickers.
4 stickers or 1 shirt. And for the record on this too, just so you know, the prices that I have set for this are pennies more than the bare minimum I'm allowed to set for it because they are print on demand. The bare minimum I can set for like these shirts is like $24.67 or some shit, so I bumped it up to $25 just because whole numbers make more sense to me. And then so like for each one of these I get like 30 cents profit. I don't get shit for profit off of these. This is really all about just showing the support. And the reason that this one is more expensive is because the all over print tees are just more expensive. I think this one is like 28.32 or some shit like that is the base price for it. So I make like $1 and some change off of that one. So just so you know, I put it as low of a price as I could feasibly put these things, but I kept them at whole numbers because I like that. Hey, Heathcliff, you won the giveaway. But you have to type exclamation point claim or you don't get it, motherfucker. It's a catch. Ha ha. I don't make the rules. That's just the way the giveaway bot works. And if Heathcliff doesn't type !claim, then the giveaway will go to somebody else.
Oh,
Ooh.
shirt.
Ooh.
I want
over
another
here like,
X shirt.
I'm here like, shit, I already have 3 shirts from the store.
Damn it, I'm cooking.
What's cooking? Good looking.
The funny thing is, it didn't even, like...
Do anything?
Yeah, like, that was so pointless to do. I just did that to be a dick. I'm not gonna... I mean, you would have still got the fucking shirt, dude. When you're done cooking, message me in Discord and let me know what you want. I probably didn't set up the claim. That's why. I didn't know it asked you to do that even. So apparently I have to set up a claim command too that I just don't have. Make your taco meat, message me, and I'll get you what you want. And then other than that, yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out. Other than that, yeah, and I can hear myself talking. All right, so let's see, who are we gonna raid out to? Mad Bird Streams is doing Dungeons and Dragons with 9 people. Live and Let Die is doing tabletop RPGs for 7 people. Which one of these should we do? Mad Bird Streams or Live and Let Die?
9 people. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
9 and 3.
Yeah, shut up, ad. All right, then that's what we gonna do. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week. Next Wednesday. Wednesdays are the days now. Henceforth. So next Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back. And we'll conclude this battle. Ooh. Good night.